Mm-hmm. Hello. Howdy. What's going on? Oh no. Oh god. I just went to... Oh god, Discord just pushed the new, just pushed the new format onto me. Oh no, it's awful. Holy shit, it's terrible. Oh, I hate it. I got it just now. But yeah, what's up? Last time we left off, they were removing literally all of the characterization from the characters in, this zone, including all of, like, the lore information about why they're, you know, all female. In very strange ways. I don't expect things to get better. So, people have told me that this is, this upcoming section is, like, really important. And, yeah, I'm getting the feeling that things might be a little bit, screwy. Let's see. By how much?
Okay,
yeah, let's run away and get into that cave. Speaking of things not getting better, actually, many things have gotten better, which is, the graphics. I checked? Guys. The seeds we've sown have already quickened. They love using the most disgusting turns of phrase physically possible. So, yo, check it out. Remember the Bowsley stuff? Right? You see over there, you see those, like, really fucked, you got, like, those seams on his hand that are just weird as hell, and, like, the neck seams and stuff? This is what it looks like now. They actually fixed it. They actually fixed some of the things that I was complaining about. Actually, hold up, never mind. 1 second, guys, sorry, we need to postpone the main story for a second here. We're going back to Slitherbow. We're going back to Slitherbow. I think you know where I'm going with this. Nah. Let's see. Hold up. Did they add any form of animation to these, or is it still just... It's just a missive... God damn it. They didn't fix that. But the lighting is slightly better. The lighting is better, but it's still not moving in the slightest. With how many of them are in this room? I mean, yes, but still, you could make it cycle between, like, 3 PNGs. That shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, you could make it a shader. There are many things that you could do to give the semblance of movement there. You could just make them pulsate a little bit. All right. Okay, they're just saying in order to make our way into the, God, Kamikage. I have no idea what you would do for these names. These names are so... These names are cool, but incredibly difficult to translate. Easy. Like... Yeah, like Astral Ruin and, like, Divine Shade. Or something like that. We just need to do a puzzle. We gotta do puzzles. Okay, so in order to do that, you need to reach the center of the ruins. Yeah, however, the path to the center of the ruins is sealed by powerful magic. Okay, we'll have to leave the village, head northwest. Yeah, okay. Towards the edge of the ruin. Yeah, to the, base of the, like, 4 pyramids, the like, 4 morning stars. Okay. They're just throwing a shit ton of made-up fantasy names at me, and I'm very bad at those. Oh. But yeah, I really just don't understand why they got rid of the actual reason behind why they're all female in the English. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, the problem is that, like, if you spend too much time on stuff like this, like, look at this, they've literally got, like, 4 suns on them. If you spend too much time on this in, like, this series, then we're just sitting here for, like, an hour trying to come up with a cool name for a made-up term in Japanese that's total throwaway. And it's just completely wasted time.
Oh,
these pyramids look like the ones in Maha or Giravania. Oh! Okay. Yeah, it's like, oh, like they're holding down the ley lines. Neat. Yeah, they're like covers for for ley lines or something. Neat. Yeah, you're both here, neither of you got lost, now then. Yeah, please, if you would, take a look at your surroundings. Okay, this we're going back into skim mode, honestly. Okay, these are Rockin' Ruins, been preserved Rockin' Ruins. This is where we're looking. This is the 4 bright stars, or the 4 morning stars, whatever. This is just, we're literally doing a puzzle. Huh. Okay. Wait a second, this is an interesting line that I want to check in the English. This is the first time they've brought up anything even relating to, like, gods or the divine or whatever. Yorozu Narukami no. Yeah, if you further north, you'll reach the Great Pyramid of Yukisnir. Yeah, the like central or the epicenter of like the myriad gods of the ruins of Ranka. It's like their palace. Huh.
Okay,
that's where we're heading, however, okay, if you attempt to just head straight there, all you find is a sealed door, sealed by magic. Okay, so you need to find a hidden mechanism before you can proceed. Okay, you should be able to do it.
トレジャーハンターの素質があるだなんて、軽々しく言うものではなかったかしら。
Amazing. She says like, oh, you've got to find the puzzle in the pyramids. Yushola just goes, all right, you heard her. I guess I shouldn't have been so careless calling you a treasure hunter. You know, like it's some sort of like, speak of the devil. Aha, this is just their lampshade hanging the fact that we're having us do fucking puzzles. Like, why are we doing this, by the way? This doesn't really make any damn sense. This is one of the most contrived sections of the story that we've been through so far, where they're like, ooh, you need to solve the puzzles of the ancient civilization. Why? Why? No.
我々は自ら謎を解こうなどという軽な考えは持たない。ゆえになるほど。これは前回の応用が効きそうね。
Okay. Should be able to. Oh, looks like we should be able to put the. Yeah, it's similar to last one. We should be able to put what we learned last time to practice here. Okay, you remember the stone statues from okay, the divine beasts. Okay, statues in the right order. Okay, we don't have the information that tells us the correct order. Okay, there are inscriptions at the side. I could translate them for you. Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay, yeah, you can't read Ronkan, so we should probably do a different approach. Oh my god. Okay, we're just copying down what's written on these tablets. Okay, should be a inscription on around the pyramids, pretty obvious spot. Okay, meet up again once okay. What is this busy work? Is this literally just climb up these pyramids, click on a thing? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Oh, you have got to be kidding me. You're just going to make me jump up these stairs. Is this a joke? Is this a joke? Okay. You've got to be fucking kidding me. This isn't filler. This is advanced filler. payoff at the end of the zone is worth it. I mean, that has sort of been the case so far, is the worse the filler, the greater the reward. It's like, you know, it's like an opposite of a like, Boston cream donut. I don't know if it's just me on that front as well. Since we're just not doing anything, I can just talk about complete nonsense. But for some unknown reason, the better the filling in like a donut or any form of filled pastry, the worse the pastry itself tends to be. You know? You know, like you get one that's absolutely phenomenal in terms of the flavor of the filling, and then the pastry itself is just going to be fucking cardboard. And then if you're unfortunate enough to get one of those ones where they like shoved all of the filling into the side, right? And so you just got like one tiny little air pocket of 99% filling, and then the rest of it is just completely unfilled pastry, and then it's just like you're just eating styrofoam after a certain point. I don't recognize filled donuts as donuts. You know what? Fair. Honestly, like, I avoid them for that same reason. Not that I actually, like, buy donuts very often. Like, I gotta say, man, getting the donuts at, in Japan, like I despise the term mochi donut, but the squishy ones with the, udon, they're just so much better. They're just so much better. Bro, I made, the secret for that is you make a different roux. You, like, make a separate roux, basically, before you make the dough. You, like, activate the yeast or whatever. I don't actually know the exact, mechanism by which it works. This is what we're doing, by the way, for the next, like, 2 minutes. While I drink some water. Makes dough all squishy. I made cinnamon rolls using that once for Christmas. Fucking amazing. And so now, like, Western pastries just kind of suck. This has been my TED Talk. I'm just so bored to tears by this random nonsense. Yeah, did you finish it, like, yeah, taking down did you finish transcribing the description? Yeah. Okay, perfect. I'm picky. Okay, I'll put these together with mine and Automaze and start deciphering it. Please give me some time. Okay. Okay, I managed to decipher most of it. Okay, it's not as straightforward as obtaining the Ronkin seal. It's more like a riddle. I'll read it now. Oh god, no.
汝、同胞との妥協は、進歩の足かせと知れ。
Okay. Okay. Okay, you know, like, compromise with your fellow man is like, burden to progress.
汝、同胞との不和は、進歩の足かせと知れ。
Wait a second, no, that wasn't actually compromise. What was that? I've been full on skimming. Kyo? No?
Nanji, 同胞との不和は進歩の足かせと知れ。
Oh, I didn't even notice. God, you fuckers. You just instantaneously picked up on that, didn't you? 同胞との不和は Yeah, fuck off. What about Mokoko? God damn it. Like, yeah, discord with your countrymen is, with your brethren is a burden to progress? Huh? I'm just not going.
汝、頂から目を背けるは進歩の足かせと知れ。
I'm just not gonna bother, like, whatever. This is completely pointless riddle.
我、すべての足かせを解き放ちて、羽ばたく者にこそ、真理に至る扉を開きかん。
Okay. Yeah, only to those who, like, release themselves of all burdens and spread their wings shall the path be opened. So they're talking about, like, you have to turn these things away from one another.
私やアルメが集めた碑文の内容によれば、今回はいずれか一つの神果物の石像が正解のようね。
The sacred beast is the correct answer. Like, it's the bird. You have to turn all of them away from each other except for the bird. Oh, look, it's the bird. It's the bird, right? It's just the bird.
今、読み上げた条件を念頭に置きつつ、ここに並んでいる石像の状態を見ていけば、触れるべき正解の石像がわかるんじゃないかしら。
It's the fucking bird, right? Okay. I mean... Oh, I guess I have to talk to her to do it. It's the bird.
Okay,
have you got the idea? Yes, I've got an idea.
正解の石像を選んでもらいたいのだけれど、考えはまとまったかしら。
Wait a second. So here's the thing. In the Japanese, this was piss easy. I didn't need to think even slightly. They just said, like, you know, those who turn away from these, like, spread your wings. So it's just the fucking owl. Obviously. What was it in English? Why? Why do they do this? Every time. Fucking hell. Why is it always rhyming? Do something else. For fuck's sake. God, I feel like a middle school English teacher. I feel like a fucking middle school English teacher. Just do something else. The Japanese thing wasn't a rhyme. It wasn't they actually gave detail. It was boring and simple and simplistic. But they just turned it into a literal nonsense rhyme that doesn't even make sense with what the Japanese said? Come together, share despair, go thy ways, tread burdens bear. Mark thy crown, heed its call, avert thy gaze, forever fall. That doesn't make sense. That literally is just nonsense. They literally just kind of slammed random words together? Also, here's a thing that really bothers me. Here's a thing that really fucking bothers me about this sort of shit. Just think for 1 second. Literally think for 1 second. If it's written in Ancient Ronkin and being translated, why would it rhyme? Like, is Y'shtola taking the time during the translation process of this riddle to make sure that it all rhymes? It's just stupid on its face. Like, this really is like somebody's bad D&D game in the English. Holy shit, man. It's supposed to be translated from a different language. Why does it rhyme? Fucking hell. And the Japanese gave you a lot of detail. It wasn't interesting detail, but it was a lot of detail. And I'm, like, really congested, by the way. My voice is gonna sound weird. They gave you a lot of detail. You know, they related each line back to one of the ones that you saw, in the previous, like, the previous statues. Like, each one of those lines in the Japanese was a clear reference to one of the lines from the previous puzzle. Like, each one of these was a reference to one of the previous statues. It's supposed to be a translation, but it randomly rhymes, yeah. It's, like, look at this. Like, they say, like, oh, compromise is a burden to progress. Harmony, whatever, is a, or no, like, yeah, friction is a, you know, discord between your brethren is a burden to progress. There's like a barrier in your way. Like, look away from all burdens. Like, look away from all of that that holds you back, sort of shit. You know, to those who do and spread their wings, the path shall be revealed. And so, oh look, you look at the one that's looking away from all the other statues and is a bird. It's literally like 3 seconds of thought. But in the English, it just literally doesn't make any sense. Okay, yeah, I'll hit the statue.
不正解の石像を選んでしまった場合、洞窟者酒の呪詛を受けるかもしれない自分に呪詛返しを施して挑むとするわ。
Okay. Oh, if we pick the wrong statue, like a trap might show up. Like a curse to ward off thieves. Okay. She's confident enough to take on any ancient magical traps. Sure, why?
じゃあ、聞かせてちょうだい。あなたが選んだ正解の石像は
Okay, what's the right statue? It's the owl, bro. It's the owl. Good old. Good old. Okay, here we go. Wow, I was right. Who would have guessed? The one where it says spread your wings.
今の音、うまくいったということなのかしらね。
Oh, that sound. It appears that as though it's gone well.
いずれにせよ、あなたが正解を見抜いてくれて助かったわ。
In any case, thank goodness you found the right answer. Yeah, dispelling these, like redirecting these ancient curses is surprisingly magically intensive training. Okay. Okay, so here's the thing as well. In the English, that whole section was just, alright, I pray this works. The ether has been absorbed. You really do have a talent for these things. Like, I know that I'm skimming over this stuff. I'm going skim mode, but I'm not being paid to translate this. You as the professional translation team don't get to go skim mode. You're the in-house professional translation team. You're supposed to be translating things. Though, I mean, I guess coming up with a dumb shit rhyme probably took all of your time. Oh, look, I came up with a rhyme just there. Wow. I bet I could get a job on the Square Enix in-house translation team. You know, maybe if I just, like, drink a couple of gallons of fucking paint.
Okay, we
undid the first seal. Okay, let's go back. Oh, I sent someone. Who's there? Oh, it's okay. It's your old sister. Oh no, it's just, all of it, sister. Oh, it's terrible. Something's awful. I wonder if it's Shaime? I wonder if it's the people of Yulmore. What's up? Yeah, what happened? God fucking damn it. But they said that this place, like, they've protected this place from, like, the people of Yulmore and all of that sort of stuff for literal thousands of years. Nobody's been able to make it in. But now the second that we're here, they're suddenly not capable of dealing with the Yulmoran army? We probably should have given them a heads up that the army was chasing us. They could just come in whenever. They could just show up whenever. Okay. Here, oh, Slitherbow. What's... Yeah, what happened to the people in Slitherbow? Yeah, it looks like they were... Yeah, that they fought or, like, were resisting the Yulmoran army, but I don't really know, anything specific other than that. Wait a second. Wait, what? Hold up. Hold up. Let me check real quick. There's something here that might be even... Okay. So the English there said that... The Japanese said that, like, oh, the people in Slitherbow, like, fought against or resisted the Yulmoran army, like, tried to stop them. But I don't know anything specific. The English says nothing specific, but it seems the Yulmorans had little interest in Slitherbow or its people. Huh? They're just... Okay, they're just making shit up. I'm just gonna close that. I'm just gonna close that. That's... We're really straight in the absolute dumb shit moron era of this translation. They just kind of make up whatever. It doesn't even make sense anymore. We're basically like, we're full metaphor now in the translation for Final Fantasy XIV. Like, Shit just doesn't make sense anymore, in any way, shape, or form.
ただ、あまり長時間の騒ぎではなかったようなので、敵将はこちらの森への道を見つけてすぐ進軍することを選んだみたいです。
Yeah, it didn't seem as though any sort of disturbance lasted for very long, and the enemy commander chose to come straight to the forest.
今はウイメちゃんが里の狩人を率いてサンクレットさんたちと一緒に足止めをしてます。
Leading the hunters along with Thancred to try and stall them. Okay, understood. Go back as soon as you can. And join up. You know, back, go support them. Okay, yeah, don't try and actually, instead of trying to defeat the army, just keep them away from the village and the ruins. Yeah, so they don't turn either of those into a war zone. Okay. We need to go as quickly as possible. Okay. We need to... So we're just doing puzzles now, but fast. Sure. Okay, understood. You know, be careful out there, please. Huh?
戻らないわよ。
Yeah, okay, we're not going
攻め
back.
込まれる前に肩をつけたかったけど、時間が厳しいことは知
okay,
って
yeah,
い
just
た。
saying I'm not going
知っ
back.
ていてここに来たの。
I wanted to get this done before they would attack Slitherbow, but yeah, I knew that we would be short on time. She's just saying, like, I came here to do this knowing full well that Slitherbow might be attacked before we got done here.
あの子たちが自分の道を貫いて戦ったのなら私は私の決めたやり方でことを成し遂げてみせるわ。
Wait, yeah, okay, so hold on, never mind, 1 second here. So you can see how this doesn't make sense, right? Like, you can see how this doesn't make sense. In the English they said, it seems the Yulmorans had little interest in Slitherbow or its people, making it seem as though, like, the Yulmorans just kind of walked through Slitherbow and just kind of left everybody alone. Just didn't even bother attacking them or anything. Whereas in the Japanese here, Y'shtola is, like, solemnly saying, like, if they all got killed by Yulmorn, that was their choice. Right? They chose their own path and fought. So I need to stick with the path that I've chosen and do what I came here to do. Right? She said, I'm not going to go back. You know, they fought bravely, they stuck it out until the end. She's talking as though they're already dead. But the English just kind of casually says, like, oh no, they walked through it and it was fine. Like, the people in Slitherbow are just kind of like, they're just like, hey, what's up, Yulmore? Oh yeah, you guys can go right through. Yeah. Nah, man, it's cool. Oh yeah, you want to know where Y'shtola and them went? Yeah, they went through to the spooky forest. You want us to draw you up a map? Yeah, here you go, bro. Yeah, they just completely deflate the drama. They just say, it seems the Yulmorans have little interest in Slitherbow or its people. In the English. Why? And in the English, Y'shtola says, like, I'm not going to go back. You know, or in the Japanese, Y'shtola says, I'm not going to go back. You know, they chose their own path. They chose to fight. We need to do what we came here to do. In English, she just says, though I knew time was short, I did not expect the Yulmorans to move so swiftly, but we have come too far to turn back now. What is this era of the translation? They're literally just getting rid of, like, 80% of the dialogue. This is one of the laziest translations I've seen. They're literally just getting rid of the story so that they don't have to translate lines. It's like they're doing a Spark Notes. This is pathetic. Like, you really have to... The thing that's really fucked up, is that despite how garbage Koji Fox's translations are, you can tell that Koji Fox's Japanese is better than this team's. You can tell that he speaks more Japanese. He's just enough of a piece of shit that he just doesn't care and pushed through his own translation, he pushed through his own story. Right? He just kind of made up his own story and wrote it into the game. But you can tell that he could actually read Japanese. This feels like they can barely read Japanese. Like, this translation for this section of the game, they're just cutting out 80% of the dialogue. For seemingly no reason. There is no through line that can be found. There's no, like, why would they say, it seems the Yulmorans had little interest in Slither Ballard's people? Why would they spend all the time to come up with, like, a stupid rhyming riddle for the stone, like, for the little puzzle thing here, but then go, Yashtola's talking about, like, stuff that she cares about, whatever. Like, let's go to lunch. I don't wanna translate this. Like, when she talked to you about the whole treasure hunter thing, too, where she's like, oh, you know, I called you a treasure hunter, and now we're out here doing more puzzles. They also just translated that to another puzzle. Wonderful. I would have a closer look. Again, like, just 90% of the dialogue is gone. They're literally just removing the script. I can't tell if this or the stuff in Metaphor where they just make, like, the literal most basic Japanese translation mistakes physically possible is more pathetic. Because this stuff isn't even hard either. I've been skimming it because it's boring, and I don't really care that much, but you're the translation team. You can't do that. And lines like the ones from Yashtola explaining why we're out here doing what we're doing and that she cares about the people in Slitherbow, those aren't unimportant. You actually need to put those in there. I mean, you need to put it in every line, but I could see people making the excuse of saying, like, oh, well, you said that the lines aren't interesting or anything, so why do you care that they got rid of them? It's like, because it's ridiculously unprofessional? But also, they're getting rid of lines that are important, too. It's just kind of a constant trend that... Okay. So, here's what I was going to do here. I just saw the name of this quest. And it did psychic damage. But, what I was going to do here is I was going to say, look at how long this line is in Japanese, and let's make a guess as to how long the line is going to be in the English, right? 3 sentences. Well, it's like it's 2 sentences. One, like, that sort of trails off, and then, yeah. It's 2 sentences, fairly long, right? Yeah, in any case, we need to hurry. Yeah, we're heading for our objective is the Great Pyramid of Yukisnere. Or, yeah, it is the innermost chamber of the Great Pyramid of Yukisnere. Oh, jeez. Yeah, like the Kolpas Great Temple. It's like the holy place of like the Great Tupasa Shrine or something like that. It's not really a shrine. I don't really know this. Fujin? Well, it's okay. This is like great. Yeah, it's like Great Shrine. Or something like that. Like, she's telling us, like, the name of this innermost chamber. Right?
先ほどのお前の働きで、大ピラミッド内の扉が開いているといいが言ってみるとしよう。
I would hope that, thanks to what you've done, the door to the innermost sanctum of the Great Pyramid is open. Let's go and see. So, she told you the name of the pyramid that you're going to, told you about, like, oh, you're the one who did it, I hope it's open, all of that. She told you the name of the place that you're going as well. In English, she says, time is against us, friend, quickly into the pyramid. 2 sentences. Both lines in English are shorter than one of the lines in Japanese. They don't tell you the name of the place. They don't tell you what it is. They don't tell you that it's like a shrine. Or like, you know, an innermost sanctum. Nothing. And they have the goal to call the name of the quest, like, in Japanese, Yorozu naru kami no. What is that one again? Oh. Goten. Yeah, it's like the palace of the myriad gods. Or the court of the myriad gods. The English name for this quest is Mikasa Tupasa. Like, these are bad people. Like if you do this, you're a bad person. Like, unironically. Like, here, let me just mute the Lahi real quick. This makes you a bad person. Unironically. Like, you know, you can do any sort of hyperbole about, like, aw, man, you piece of shit, fuck you, translator, blah, blah, blah. Like, unironically, if you're one of the people who worked on this and you just casually erase all of the dialogue and then put in stupid fucking puns for the quest names, you're just a bad person. Like, you're a disgusting human being, and go fuck yourself. And I really hope that you don't have any opinions on AI art or anything like that. Because you're a literal fucking art thief. You're just an actual vandal. These people are just fucking disgusting. At least with the metaphor shit, you have the excuse of, like, they're probably on a turbo crunch, and they're probably not very good at their job. This is blatantly malicious. This is blatantly malicious. There is no excuse. Or there's no other explanation. There is no, like, you know, don't equate to or like Henlon's razor here, don't ascribe to malice what can be adequately explained by stupidity. This can't be adequately explained by stupidity. You can't be this dumb. This has to be malicious. Why else would you so consistently remove all of the dialogue, make up a stupid rhyme, and change the quest name to a dumb pun? This is, you got bored and you decided, oh, this quest deck doesn't matter, I don't need to do my job, but I can come up with a pun. like, everybody's run into that sort of person in school or something like that, right? You know, we've all been in high school or college and had to do group projects, and we've probably had that, like, one person on a group project where you submit, like, your part of the group project, and when it comes time for the presentation, your slides are mysteriously gone, or mysteriously changed. Because they're just like, I don't like what you wrote, so I'm gonna put something else under your name here. Or, I just didn't include your slides. And then you have to end up going over to the professor and go, hey, here's my section of the actual presentation. They deleted this without telling me. Like, here is my actual part of the work. Never happened to me? It happened to me a couple of times in college. With group presentations. Where whoever organizes it just fucks up, or is just an asshole and decides to undercut you. You know, tries to throw you under the bus. That's why you have to keep a paper trail for everything. But doing it to people who don't speak the same language as you, and who aren't going to know that you're doing it, is, you know, you're just a bad person. You're an awful human being. I only know the opposite, where one party does absolutely nothing and tries to leech up your part. That's more common. How irritating. Yeah, the most important door is closed. So, hold up. Dak, you would probably know more than me here. I don't actually know what this, this kanji compound is supposed to be. Like, let me see if I can look it up. Worship God place? Yeah. Like, that's... I didn't know if it was anything else. According to Google AI, which I don't really trust at all, there are some instances of something like this being used in, like, mausoleums, which makes sense, and in English you would probably go with sanctum, right? Like, in English you would probably go with, like, this is, like, innermost sanctum. Or something like that. Yeah, it's like the Great Tupasa Sanctum. Yeah, that sounds fine. Yeah, this door should lead into the Great Tupasa Sanctum. Yeah, it doesn't look like... Yeah, it doesn't open. It won't open. Yeah. Yeah, from what I can see... So... This is an interesting thing. I like that Y'shtola uses the Watashi no me. Where she's using the, a different kanji. This doesn't make any sense when you actually think about it. Like, they do this a lot in Final Fantasy XIV, where characters are speaking and they use a different kanji than you would expect, but you wouldn't know that they're using this kanji in spoken language? It's funny. Because what she's saying is, like, based on my vision, you know, what she's actually saying is, like, based on what I can see, but, you know, it's, like, based on what I can see. What only I can see. Haha. There does appear to be, like, a flow of magic leading towards the door. Yeah, but there's an unnatural interruption. There's a break leading to it.
ねえ、扉の脇をご覧なさいな。見慣れた紙物の石像が右側にしかないのはいささか不自然ではなくて。
Huh? Yeah, look over to the side of the door. Oh, that statue is tiny. I didn't even see it. Yeah, isn't it strange that only... Yeah, one of these, divine beast statues that we've been seeing is on... Like, there's only one of them, only on the right pedestal. Wow! I wonder if we need to find it. Also, in the English, they call it the Confessional of Tupasa the Elder. How did you come up with confessional? How did you come up with confessional? This is supposed to be like Aztec-style stuff. Why would you use the word confessional? Like, do you have absolutely no cultural knowledge? Like, fucking hell, man. That's just... You would think if you were going to do... Yeah, in some place of worship, you would go with, like, yeah, it's innermost sanctum. Something like that. The sort of phrase that you would see in, like, an Indiana Jones film. That's clearly the bit they're going for here. Okay, so we just need to find one of the statues. Yeah, let's split up and find the statue. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll go to the west. Automate will take the south. Okay, you take the east.
おそらく据えるべき石像は袋をゾーったもの台座に合いそうなものがないか。
Okay, let's see if there's one of the statues that we can find. Hurry up. Wahi. Hold up. I looked over at the English script again and there's another line that I need to check. Here, I need to find Automate. Oh wait, no, they said that the, apparently she should be here. But this is the thing that you see a lot in this sort of stuff, where, you know, these people on these translation teams, they act like nerdy, and they've got all of the, like, the little indicators of nerd hobbies and fandom and blah blah blah, but they're just so incredibly, like, uneducated, I guess would be the right term, where they'll come up with, like, little rhymes and they'll open up a thesaurus to find ye olde English terms, but they can't be bothered to do 5 seconds of research to try and figure out a term relating to, like, you know, an Aztec whatever style temple that isn't confessional. Like, come on, man. Yeah, they've got this, you can tell that they have this incredibly inflated sense of, they've got this completely baseless confidence in their own intelligence. They're just not very smart. Yeah, where is this divine beast statue? Yeah, it is very much Brazupal here. Yeah, it's like I've shot arrows through thieves, through trespassers, but yeah, now I'm having to like scramble to can't find like a tiny little stone statue to open the door. She's saying like, haha, I can't like, how is this so hard for me, sort of thing, kind of. Prime example. Notice that she just said, like, I've got very good eyesight, I can, shoot down grave robbers. Why am I running around? Why is it this hard for me to open up a door in some ruins? Said in a bit more fanciful of terms, but really not that much. In the English it was, I can spot trespassers from 400 yalms away, and yet this simple statue eludes me. How embarrassing. The Japanese uses the fictional yalm mom stuff too, but they use it incredibly sparingly. And it doesn't sound good when they use it either. But the English just kind of throws it in whenever, they just kind of throw it in constantly. Also, speaking of, it was only used in the Bahamut quests. They used it once in the, they used it when they were raising the barrier outside of, Doma. Like, Bahamut wall or whatever it was called. They said, like, when the guy was reading out the barrier, he was like, oh, it's at, 3 yalm, or it's at, like, 2 malms or whatever. It was used in, like, one line there. But, in game text, they just put the ranges for stuff, they just say 20M. 20M. NM. AoE 5M. They don't write it out in the game text here, because they seem to be aware that it sounds pretty dumb. The English just goes, ooh, a fantasy term? We should put that in everywhere. We should use it every 5 seconds. This is, man, this whole section is just pathetic. Yeah, you can count the instances of it occurring on one hand. It is present. I didn't even think it was present at first, but no, it is. It definitely is. It's just used incredibly sparingly.
No
luck. On my end, how are things going here? Oh look, I found it. Oh, you found it. Yeah, this is the statue. Wow. If we take this to the pedestal, the flow of magic should be reconnected and the door to the sanctum should open. They think we scale the whole world down by insisting 5M range is 5 yalms or whatever, since those are yards and not meters. That is true. That is true. Wait, yeah, hold up. 5M can't mean yalm. Wait, they just listed it as M, meaning meter. Yeah, no, they aren't even using the term in the game text then. They're just saying meter. They're saying 5M. 5M clearly means meter in that case because mom means mile in this nonsense. If it was using yalms in the rule text, it would be Y. It would be 5Y, not 5M. Final Fantasy XIV, for some incredibly unknown, stupid reason, uses a made-up measuring system that's based off of, like, they've got ilm, yolm, malm, which is just dumb instead of inch, yard, mile. It's present in the Japanese as well. However, in the English, ability text lists ranges using those made-up terms. They say, like, oh, hits all enemies in a 10 yolm circle. Whereas the Japanese says, 10 meter AoE. 10 M AoE. They don't bring that into to game text. Because that would be stupid. Yeah, the same one that we saw before the other door. Place this on the pedestal. The magic should flow and the door to the sanctum should open. Again, this line in English is, the statue, you found it. It looks light enough. We need but return it to the other altar. No. They just aren't even trying. They're literally just summarizing.
ただ、こんな場所に石像が置かれていたことには違和感を覚えずに入られないわ。
Yeah, I would hope so, but I can't help but feel a little bit uncomfortable about the statue being in a place like this.
加えて、ここに来るまでの道中にあった巨大な石像の目から妙な魔力が放たれているように感じたのよ。
And plus, I felt like there was some strange magic. Being emitted by the eyes of the giant statues that we passed on the way here. Hmm.
ふむ、石像を運んで台座に据えること自体が一種の試練となっているということか。ならば、道中には運搬を妨害するような機構がありそうだ。
Oh, okay. So bringing the statue to the pedestal is part of the test, or is like a test in of itself. Yeah, so there should be some form, there's going to be some form of mechanism that, makes it, that, like, would impede one's ability to transport it back to the pedestal. I think so too. We should be careful. Yeah.
その上でお願いなのだけれど、俺を石像の運搬役をお願いしてもいいかしら。
Yeah, okay. So you're still here saying, like, with that being the case, knowing full well that that's the case, would you be alright being the one to carry the statue? She's actually, like, asking. The English, a trap then, for the unsuspecting as they attempt to return this to its rightful place. Nothing about it being a trial. Precisely, caution would serve us well here, which is why I would ask you to deliver the statue to the main chamber. Nothing. They're just all of the flavor. I'm closing this for the rest of the day, until we get to the lore. They're just going like, you know, Y'shtola specifically is saying like, hey, this is gonna be dangerous. Are you okay with being the one to do it? In the English, he just says, you do it. Do it, you do it. I don't care. Flavor.
この遺跡、 魔法大国論家の神殿だけあって、
I'm sorry to be concerned if the team developed occasional Kojiitis with Dawntrail.
おそらく、今はあなたの目の方が
I mean, I would welcome any amount of effort. Even if it was bad effort, I would welcome effort. This just feels like... At this point, it just feels like I'm like, bullying morons. I'm starting to feel bad about pointing it out. Koji came back as localization director? Oh no. Oh no. Careful what you fucking wish for. Yeah, these ruins are, yeah, this is a temple of the Great Magical Society of Ronka. Yeah, the magical pathways, the magical circuitry is incredibly complex. Yeah, maybe you would be able to figure out the, like, true nature of how this all works. I don't know, Ultimortal, like... The thing is, you know, like, if Dawntrail is anything like, what's it called? The entire, like, step arc in Stormblood, I could see it still being fun. In Japanese. Like, that could still be fun. Because that whole section in Japanese was fucking hysterical. And so, it not having anything to do with anything, I didn't really care. As long as Yohai was on screen, and I was having a great time. And so, similarly, you know, in Dawntrail, if Japanese Wuklamat is actually entertaining, I could see myself enjoying it as a diversion. I could also see it wearing very thin very quickly. Though, from what I've seen, I have seen a couple of, like, Wuklamat, short sections. Japanese Wuklamat is really fun. I really like the character. From what I've seen. You know, they really should have gone with, like, any other visual design for female Hrothgar, but the character archetype itself, A+. Big fan. I'm interested in seeing when we get there. Like, they could have just gone with... They could have just made her a Mithra. Like, they should have just made Femme Hrothgar Mithra. I understand that it's going... Like, I understand that people are like, oh, you know, you have an animal-style race that's got, like, the dudes are just straight-up lions and the females look like basically humans. But, like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Okay, we're taking the... Okay, we have 120 seconds. We have to take the statue. If you fuck up, okay. If you're attacked, the time will decrease if you're attacked. Okay. Yeah, I'm very hesitant to call out. I'm very hesitant to call the... I don't think you really can say that the writing quality in Dawntrail is good or bad unless you played it in Japanese. Like, I very much dislike making those sort of, calls. Because, you know, I have to actually see the... You have to actually see what was really written. Yeah, from what I've seen, though, like, yeah, it's... The Japanese player base isn't happy with it, either. The Japanese player base is very much not happy with it. Oh. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, okay, that's my own fault. That is my own fault. I was not paying attention, I was not thinking. They said that they did say that there was a magic being emanated from the statue's eyes. I was not thinking about that. I want you to take a look at what you've been doing here outside this temple and inside this temple. Imagine 60 hours of that. Okay, but here's the thing. If instead of this character, you gave me a Genki Tomboy Mithra to be palling around with, I would gladly do that for 60 hours. It's just the fact that they look too much like cats. They're a bit too far. They're just a bit too far. But if it was a Mithra instead, absolutely. Whatever you want. Mithra are way more cat-like? No, dude. They don't have the muzzles. They don't have the... Really, the biggest problem with Femhroth for me, actually, is the eyes. The eyes are too, it's too much just like, that's just a cat. Like, that is just a cat. It's just, it's a bridge too far. Have you seen Mithra? What, I'm talking like, what, like Final Fantasy 11 Mithra? I would not say that that's I would not say that that's more cat-like at all. They got regular human eyes and noses and mouths. Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about, like, cultural whatever. I'm talking about physical design. I'm just saying that Femhroth looked too much just like an actual cat head. For me. Okay, put the statue on the pedestal. Oh, wow, yeah, okay, the flow of ether, yes. Yeah, okay, looks like we can get into the innermost sanctum. Okay, let's go. Okay, innermost sanctum is open. The sanctum of Tapasa. Okay. Okay, we still have. Oh, there's more puzzles. Okay, they just said there's more puzzles. We're only halfway there. Yeah, we have to get some other mechanisms moving. There's some traps and blah blah blah. Okay. We need to get to, like the Divine Shadow Grotto or something. Open the door to the Divine Shadow Grotto. Okay. It's noisy here. Yeah, okay. Seems like the Emperor of Ronka really loved doing things in a very roundabout manner. Forcing you to go to an entirely different set of ruins to open the door to, you know, to one. Okay. Okay, we need to get on the move before the Yulmore army. Now, we don't have time to sit here and complain. The Yulmore army is on the move. We have to go. Okay, let's speed it up here. Let's get it rolling. Okay, a word of advice before we head into the Tupasa Sanctum. The great Sanctum of Tupasa. Okay, there's even more dangerous traps and gizmos and gadgets. Wow. In the shrine than ever before. Yeah, they literally use the term defense mechanism. Boy, Kiko. Okay. One of the most... Oh, okay. Hey, no mahode. Oh, okay, we can be forcibly separated from one another by, like, teleportation magic. That's the most important thing to watch out for. Okay, here, this is a treasure of ancient Thronka. It's been passed down for generations. Isohiksa. Hisohi? What do you mean Hisohi? I don't understand this, actually. Wait, Hisohi? Stop? Hisohi. That all I know is like Hiso for This might just be a made up name, but I also might just be my brain might just be turned off and I'm not thinking about what this could be. Oh, okay. It is just like whispering grass. That makes sense. Okay, yeah, if you have it, you can communicate with each other from far away. It's just like their version of a Link Pro. Sure. Yeah, okay. It's a Ronkin Link Pro. Yeah, thank you. They literally just say it's a Ronkin Link Pro. Okay, let's go. Oh, shit! Actual instance. Yay! Yeah. Let's go. I probably should have swapped onto a different class for this, but whatever. Wow. Okay. Yeah, if there's some form of puzzle here, it'll be further in. Motte. Okay, there's these guardian statues. Okay. Okay, if you get found, we get, like, you have a curse placed on you. It's apparently fatal. Okay, we're just doing a little puzzle thing. Little mini games. Wait a second. Sorry, I have to break my one promise that I made to myself 5 seconds ago. God damn it, I knew they would. I fucking knew they would. I knew they would, you fucking losers. In the back of my mind, I had a thought of, I was like, huh, this reminds me of, like, Legend of the Hidden Temple. You know, that, like, Nickelodeon show. Was it on Nickelodeon? People in my generation will remember it. You know, you got the Aztec-themed American kids game show where you went through a bunch of, like, little athletic challenges and puzzles with an Aztec theme. They named this quest in English Legend of the Not-So-Hidden Temple. That doesn't even make sense. It is very hidden, actually. But also, go fuck yourself. See, I had that thought and I was like, that would be stupid. You don't name it that. That would be very dumb. Like Aztec Ninja Warrior? Yeah, it was actually tight. Like... Okay, a couple of enemies made it through. They're chasing him down. Yo, we'll hurry up. You have to be careful. Okay, they'll eventually make it here. Okay, we have to keep moving forward. The show itself was awesome. It was absolutely fantastic. I very much, like, every single kid that I knew really wanted to be on that or, Guts. Dude, the monkey statue thing tilted me as a kid. People would make it all the way to the very end, and all you had to do was put together a 3-piece monkey statue to win. And they would never be able to do it, but they were just under so much pressure. And apparently, like, I think some people who actually went on the show said that it just didn't fit together very well. Okay. Okay, we shouldn't fight against it. What are we doing? Use illusion magic to draw its attention. Okay. Mira. Okay. Mirage double. Okay, let's go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Like, this is a fun little bit, honestly. Yeah, the flow of ether here is... Okay, this is a teleportation device. Only way ahead is to go in. Ooh. Yeah, what's up, Exio? We've just been, Oh no! We got separated! Oh, can you hear me? Whispering Grass? Yeah, I got sent to a different place. There's fog, toxin. Okay. I can't use magic. Some sort of puzzle. Okay. Okay, it's just I've played Pokemon. Oh. Wait a minute, that leads to... Oh, okay. Those are little transfer things. Okay. I see. You can't go to that one. You go to this one. You go to this... Ooh. Oh, there it is. It's just here. Hey, what's up? Looks like we all made it. Okay, this fog doesn't appear to be poisonous. Oh no! There's a boulder! God damn it. They're actually doing this. Huh? I hear something from behind us. Oh wow, it's a boulder! You're going to make me mash, aren't you? This is a mash. Run! Oh wait, there's somewhere to hide back here. Oh. I mean, this is so contrived and so cliche that it wraps back around to being kind of endearing. In a sense, like, they're very aware that they're doing, like, they're just doing straight up, like, the most stock tropes for this sort of thing. We're gonna have to jump! Oh, look, I'm fine. Fall damage doesn't exist in this setting. Oh, looks like we're okay. Let's keep going down the channel. There's no way up. Yeah, what's up? Okay, they're just saying like, hey, what's up with this old dude? He's going really fast, like he's super strong. That's what I want to know. Jeanzito. Like, what is up with that guy? What? Why? Why is he here? fucking fiendish Dr. Wu. And his lust for kung fu treachery. I'll stream. Fuck him. Yeah. I'm dropping frames. Here, let's wait it out for a second. The problem is that I could swap my... After this instance, I can switch the VPN to somewhere else, but I'll need to relog. And so I don't want to do that mid-instance when this has already taken like 9 minutes. Right, so I'm gonna wait it out for a second and see if we, if things get a little bit better. But after this instance, I'll swap the VPN to somewhere else and relog. This is likely another YouTube throttling issue. My internet is totally fine. Like here, let me just test. Actually, I've running a speed test while this sort of thing is happening has blue screened my computer before, so I'm not gonna run a speed test right now. But yeah, let's just wait it out for a second. Hopefully, it'll, you know, stabilize fairly soon. It would be very annoying if it didn't. The question is, okay, how much longer is this instance? Because not long. Okay, looks like the frame drops are over. Nope. Yep. Maybe. It looks like it's stabilized. Yeah, there was just a brief... There was a period of instability. But it appears to have stabilized now. Sorry about that. That's YouTube being a fuck. Oh, they found them. They found us. It's Ranjit. I should probably just focus on the other guy because they're not gonna let me beat Ranjit. They're just not gonna let me beat Ranjit, are they? This dude, for some reason, has ancient Chinese kung fu magic. Despite literally nobody else in the setting being Chinese. It just, I don't understand, man. It does not make sense. This is as out of place to me as if there was just some guy who's like literally 2D. Like, if you just had actual straight-up fucking Roger Rabbit show up, it would feel less out of place than this. Oh. Okay, we'll slow him down. You guys go ahead. Okay, sure. Sure. Okay. Okay, they placed a curse of binding. Okay. Final Fantasy is very anachronistic? No, it isn't. That it just isn't, actually. And this just, like, it's not that it's anachronistic, it's just that he doesn't fit into the setting. Oh, you did it. That's not what... anachronistic really means, but also those are consistent. Like, they've got established rules for the setting, and this guy falls outside of those established rules for the setting. Nobody does anything even remotely close to what he does. Like, nobody does anything even remotely close to what he does. And there's no justification given for why he can use ancient Chinese kung fu magic. Oh, he stepped on a trap! But no, the problem is that you can't, if you have an entirely, like, built fantasy setting, there is no such thing as anachronism in that anymore, because you've got a fantasy setting. They've got reasons and justification for having sword fighting alongside mecha in the setting. It's not an anachronism because there is no established timeline. It's not as though, like, saying that, oh, they have guns and swords, that's an anachronism. That doesn't actually make sense. The things that have happened so far in the game actually fit within the setting that they've established. You've got, like, the people of Eorzea going up against the Empire actually works because magic is shown to be a equally powerful, if not substantially more powerful, weapon than the shit that the Empire is able to build. You don't need to go out of your way to make gunpowder and all that stuff if you can just blow shit up with magic at a far more efficient rate. However, well, that's actually the thing that I like about it, though, Moth, is that they actually sidestep a lot of that stuff. Like, things like link pearls, they actually do establish in the setting that they have a lot of technologically advanced stuff in Eorzea, it just takes on different forms. Like, they've got link pearls. They actually thought through, hey, we've got magic, why can't we just use that to build communications networks? You can. They do. Like, a lot of the Garlemald stuff is a lot more crude than a lot of the Eorzean stuff, in a lot of ways. They showed off as a decent balance. But also then they make it into a fairly reasonable plot point as well, of saying that, you know, like, a lot of the reasons that Eorzea is held behind, like, there's other reasons behind why Eorzea is kind of, like, held back in other ways. They actually go into it, which I like. I do agree with you, though, where I think that it's incredibly stupid in most fantasy settings where they just go like, oh, you've got magic, therefore you just... Nobody ever actually tries to do anything new with it. You know, like, magic just completely stagnates progress, which doesn't really make any damn sense. But all of the different types of magic and all of the stuff in Garlemald have all had their set of rules and fairly predictable developments that come from them. And then you've got this dude who just shows up in Yulmore. Nobody else can do any of the shit that he does. He just did, like, a fucking wave dash. He, like, flew at us using some, like, wushu magic bullshit. Nobody else in the Yulmore army can do that. Nobody else in Yulmore has had any indication of being able to do anything like that. He has, like, a dragon familiar? Like a spirit dragon or something? He's like somebody's OC that they just slapped in. Oh my, it seems like you stepped in a trap. It was an accident. I didn't think that this would happen. What an absolute loser.
ここは取引と行こうじゃないか。
He was trained in forbidden foreign magics by his father, who was the original owner of the familiar. Why? Just why? Okay. Also, yeah. Okay. Let's make a deal.
我々はスリザーバウを制圧する際、抵抗してきた数名に毒を使った。常闇の糸師号が作った猛毒だ。
Oh, wait. Okay. So, hold up, guys. If you remember, they said, Simon, what are you doing here? What happened? Yulmoran soldiers. They've entered Yixmaja. Yulmoran soldiers, and what of the blessed? Nothing specific, but it seems the Yulmorans had little interest in Slitherbow or its people. According to our scouts, their general and his men made all haste for the gate to Yixmaja upon finding it. In the English, they made it seem as though they just walked right through Slitherbow and didn't do shit. And now, this dude says, like, when we gained control of Slitherbow, we used poison on those who resisted. It's one of the poisons from the beloved children of eternal darkness. What do they say here in the English? What could they possibly say? He says, might now be an opportune time to strike a bargain? We poisoned a number of villagers in Slitherbow with a toxin brewed for us by the children. So in the English they just say like, oh, just for funsies. Like, the Japanese says that they, like, the people in Slitherbow fought against the people in Yulmore. They say, teiko shite kita. That they fought against us. They resisted us attempting to break it, to gain control of Slitherbow. In the English, they just make it seem like, just for, like, shits and giggles, we poisoned some of them. Just for funsies. Haha. Okay, yeah, and, you know, this is the antidote.
知っているだろ？連中の毒は特別で、対になる解毒薬でないと治せない。これを失ったら、スリザーバウの連中は死ぬしかないのさ。
Also, listen to the way that this dude talks in the Japanese. He's weaselly. He's weaselly and kind of bumbling. In the English, of course, they completely get rid of that. He just kind of talks normal. He says, like, I dare say you know how potent their concoctions are, and the futility of trying to counteract their effects. Yeah, he's a fucking weasel. He's a rat. You know, like, what he should be saying here is, like, you know, right? The poisons they use, you know, are so unique, like, you need to have a purpose-made antidote to counteract them. Right? If you don't have this, people in Slitherbow are going to die. Right? Like, that's the way you should be talking. Like, if you don't have this, the people in Slitherbow are going to die. You know, it's with an exclamation mark at the end. He's bargaining, pleading, he's afraid. In the English, he's just kind of talking normally. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, if we fight here, yeah, we're all gonna fall. Right? I said we were, like, this is a deal, right? We're making a deal. In the English, he says, now, try anything here, and we're all likely to fall. Like, he's, in the English, he's, like, talking like he's got the upper hand or something? He goes, wait. The voice actor is doing a good job.
いいか、じき私かお前の仲間が駆けつけてくるだろう。その時にまず私から助けるんだ。
Oh. Okay. So, eventually, one of my friends or one of my allies or one of yours is gonna come looking for us. Yeah, and when they do, like, they'll grab me first. He's saying he's gonna leave first.
この解毒薬を渡してやろう。な、悪くない条件だろ？な。
Yeah, then, and when they do, I'll hand over the antidote. Right? Not a bad deal, right? Huh? English, eventually someone will come to our rescue, or yours. Promise us safe passage and we'll give you the antidote. Do we have a deal? None of the, like, stumbling, pleading, or anything. Yeah, the voice actor's doing a great job. He's really selling the fear. Oh. 気を持って一人でも葬るがいい. Wait, yo. Okay, saying, if it means taking the lives of one of our enemies, you should be willing to like, throw away your own. Oh, yeah, like, he immediately kicks him away. He's like, yeah, if it means getting rid of one of them, yeah, you should be willing to give your own life. Yeah. I'm counting on you. There's no way she's not... This is like the 5th time we've pulled a Y'shtola is totally dead this time. This is like the 5th time. Yeah, and now he's showing some, like, respect here. He's saying, like, she jumped in with zero hesitation. It's the 3rd or so, 4 more, and she gets a free sundae. Yeah, like, there's only so many times you can pull the Y'shtola is totally dead, dude gambit on me here. Like, eventually she's probably gonna end up getting killed off, and I'm not going to believe it when it happens. Also, like, he's showing, like, respect here. He's saying, like, oh, she went in with zero hesitation whatsoever. And also he knew what was going to happen there. He said, like, if it means getting rid of one of our enemies, you should be willing to throw away your own life. In the English, he said, we do not negotiate with the enemy. The villagers' lives are forfeit, as is yours. He was... No, you stupid fucking moron. He was saying that he knew that one of us would try and go for it. He was doing that to kill off one of the two of us. You fucking idiot. Can you read? Also, Ranjit, for this line in the English, says, how noble and pointless. What? He's actually, like, he's showing respect here. He's saying, like, wow, she No, she really went for that with zero hesitation. She threw herself in with no hesitation whatsoever. Why is he not fighting us or anything? Like, what's going on here? Are you all okay? What's this? Urienje. Understood. Oh! Wall! What? We can just do that from the jump? We could just fucking Smash Bros. Down air this guy? Into a pit? Game set? We could have just always done that? I'm losing my fucking mind. Huh, where's your Stola? Game! Yeah, like what? Chinese Kung Fu magic can't... He just can't stop meteors. Okay. That's a different genre, apparently. Yeah, okay, it's like, I can't help but think we should have been here sooner. Yeah, you can't DI. I know that they pulled this so many times, this immediately feels like another fake out, but that is actually a Shoal's death scene. I don't believe you. I do not believe you, even slightly. Okay, let's wait here for a moment. Yeah, with Ranjit gone, the Yule Warren troops with him have fallen back and pulled back. Crash was 7 years ago. Yeah, they've retreated. Okay, we
今、ウイメが里の狩人たちと連絡を取って、各所の状況を確認してく
Okay,
れ
we
てい
should
る
just wait.
今はひとまず、待つべきだろう。
I literally do not even slightly believe you. Why are we doing this, man? There's no way.
なあ、ここの地形に詳しいお前たちなら、
Yeah, okay, you guys know what to translate here. Do you think that, yeah, massive hole might be connected to somewhere? No. Yeah, if there was somewhere like an exit, we would know about it. It's connected to that fall or something. It's like the falls. They talked about a waterfall. Okay, the hole was incredibly deep. We threw stones in, but even our incredibly, incredibly sharp VC ears, we couldn't hear the stones hit the bottom. Yeah, if you fall somewhere like that, there's no hope for you to be saved. Yeah, that's all I can tell you. No, there's no fucking way. Okay, we found some news. Or I got some news. Good news. Okay.
ユールモア軍と常闇の愛子だけど、ここから撤退した流れで、イキス、マヤエ
Okay,
の森から完全に
Yulmore
退
army and the beloved children, eternal darkness, let the forest of Mayai, whatever.
去。まず、ユールモア軍と常闇の愛子だけど、ここから撤退した流れで、イキス、マヤエの森から完
Okay,
全
so
に
they're
退
still
去。
in the western forest, but looks like Slitherbow's been liberated as well.
ただ、例の将校が言ってた通り、ユールモア軍に抵抗した時に、毒を逆られた人がいたようだよ。
Yeah, however, just like that officer said, some people were poisoned when they resisted the Yulmoran forces, which, okay, in the English they say, unfortunately a number of the blessed were poisoned while fending off the soldiers. But they said that they didn't fend off the soldiers in the English. They're so... This is just the dumbest shit.
みんなスリザーバウで苦しんでるらしいから。
Everybody in Slitherbow's suffering. Okay, we should take the antidote and leave. We should get the antidote and go help.
それから、森の様子を調
Okay,
べて
found
る
somebody
途中、
between Slitherbow and our village. Okay, we brought him there. Okay, so let's go treat him and see if the antidote works. Okay, let's go treat him and see if the antidote works.
多分、スリザーバウのやつだ。そっちも、手当てをするなら早い方がいい。
Yeah, give me the antidote. And Philly and I are gonna go to Slitherbow. Okay. You and Urianger go there. Take care of the guy who was taken to the pavilion. Okay. Yeah, wait a minute. Gosui no Azumaya. Yeah, it's like the nap, like the nap gazebo. Yeah, it's that place with all like the little hammocks that they just go there to take midday naps. Amazing.
いいのかな、ここを離れて。
I really like them. That's something that, you know, people probably don't realize at all. Playing in the English, they've got pretty... It's not really childish, but they've got, like, playful names for all of their stuff. There's very much a, there's like a cutesy vibe going on here that is fun. They don't translate any of that into the English, of course. They literally describe it as the... Like, they've got this very serious bit where they've like, oh, we've got somebody who's poisoned. We took them to, like, the nap room. You know, you go out and you're being a rabbit person out in the woods. You go, you know, you hunt, like, one thing, go take a nap. Go get some berries, take a nap. Yeah, I don't know if we should leave here. I mean, you're still, is...
きっと、こうしてほしいというはずだ。解毒薬のために、迷うことなく谷底に飛び込んだ彼女ならな。
Yep, I'm sure this is what she'd want you to do. Yeah, she jumped into that, like, you know, bottomless pit without a single moment of hesitation to get this antidote.
俺たちは、その意志を彼女がゴローとした奴らに届けるべきだ。
Yeah, we should honor her wishes and take the antidote to the people that she wanted to protect. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, we'll keep scouting the forest. Make sure that there's no enemy soldiers still lurking about, blending in. Okay, let's go. Provide medical treatment as quickly as possible. Yeah, the nap room. It's like the nap arbor, the nap gazebo is somewhere in Fanov. Okay, as Thancred said, we should save those we can to honor Yashtola's sacrifice. Yeah, if we're saving the disciples of the night even more so. Oh, thank you for teleporting me back here. I remember pointing this area out when we came through here before, where it was just like a bunch of hammocks in a very comfy looking little area. Yeah, it's literally just like, they literally just call this like the nap room. Yeah, okay. Yeah, とんでもない奴らです。やし、エピラミンのなんて、yeah, like, to, yeah, make it through the village of Fanov and make it to the Great Pyramids if you accept, these guys are, they're ridiculous. It's like, she's saying, like, it ruined her sleep, or like, not sleepy anymore at all. Crazy bump textures don't bother you? I mean, no, they do. Like, the ground and stuff, like, those were, the ones on the forest floor ones, they did not look great. But literally, I love that this place is just called the nap room. This whole village is fucking ridiculous.
Ah, なんという。保護された行き倒れというのは、カレルナル同士のことだったのですね。
Yeah, the person who, jeez, it was like dying in the street was him. It was Runharu. Okay.
彼は私たちが
Yeah, he knew that we were going into the eastern forest, so he must have given chase to try and stop the advancing Yulmoran army. Okay. Okay, we have to give him the let's save his life. Last thing left behind by the witch Matoya. There's no way that she's not dead. Like, that would just be like, are you fucking kidding me? No. So here's the question though. Here's the question. How many quests until she shows back up? I'm gonna guess like 5. Adrenal is still in pain. Let's let him be a little bit longer. Okay. Yeah, let's look. We have to look after him for a little bit longer. Okay. Okay, medicine's working. Seems to be looking better. Okay, looks like he'll survive. Thank goodness. That's, like, at least we managed to save him. Okay. As long as the antidote works, I can use my own healing magic to aid in recovery. Aid in his recovery, I'll take over from here. I'll take some random dies. Thank you very much. Okay. Let me treat the monk. You should take a break. Get some rest. Quest accepted. Rest. Bro, why are we still pulling this like this is going to be a... She's not dead. You're done, like, this is the 5th time we've done this. There's only so many times you could pull this card. Can you be so sure? Yes. Very easily, yes. Oh. Yeah, so, this is where Lunar was.
スリザーバウにも解毒薬を届けてきた。敵も根城の方まで後退したようだから、ひとまずは大丈夫だろう。
No, because you say that, but death in this setting doesn't mean shit, comparatively speaking. Like, she's already been quote-unquote dead before. When she was, just in the ley lines. That shit's, it's incredibly easy to do, actually. Okay, we gave the antidote and Slitherbow. Okay, we should be okay for the time being. Yeah, I mean, this is just, it's very simple. This is not a difficult solution. Barely an inconvenience. Yeah, doing all the... Yeah, it seems like he was... Yeah, he was willing to take the poison to try and... Or, like, you know, he was trying to buy time, fight him off while being poisoned. It would take a miracle to get her back? No, it would take like 5 seconds, actually. All we need to do is just go, oh, hey, oh yeah, you remember that thing where we've got, like, etheric fingerprints? Oh, let's just go track that down. Sure. There we go. You just have ether signals. People, you can recognize people based on that fairly easily. Like, literally just go grab the Crystal Lord. Just hit him up on the fucking link pro right now and be like, hey bro, can you track down Y'shtola's aether signal? And he would probably just go, oh yeah, no problem. I can teleport and shit too. You want me to grab this, like... You want me to grab that Chinese Kung Fu Master guy? Nah, you can leave him there. That's fine. You don't need to grab him. Also, could you pick up, like, a 6-pack of White Claws from the 7-Eleven on your way back? Thanks, bro. Yeah, I'll Venmo you for him. Yeah, okay, the people in... Yulmore, or like, yeah, the people in Slitherbow were worried for him because he ran out to try and chase down the Yulmoren army. I was just reading. I'm glad he's okay. Ah. Hold on, it's kind of... Oh, where am I? Turn off the AC in my room. Ugh. This is actually getting a little bit chilly.
ここはイキスマヤへの森にある里です。危険はありませんので、どうかまだ安静に。
Yeah, this is a village in the Ixmai forest. You're safe here. Yeah, please, rest.
いや、大丈夫だよ。体はだるいが、動けないほどじゃない。
No, I'm fine. And my, I sore, I feel heavy, but it's not so bad I can't move.
それよりも、あんたたちが無事でよかった。ユールモア軍がそっちに向かったから、おいら止めなきゃと思って。
Yeah, more than anything, I'm glad you guys are okay. The Yulmoren army was headed your way, so I wanted to try and stop them. Oh no.
姉さんは一緒にいるんだろ?
Yeah. Oh, where's the... I'm since nobody else refers to her as the boss, but like him saying Ane is very cool in a way that it's a cool bit of characterization for the way that this guy talks, where the whole bit is that he's like a big monk and like in charge of all of their religious procedures, but he's kind of just a dude, bro. Like he really doesn't fit the part, which is explicitly mentioned. Like he's just kind of like, hey, what's going on? Hey, what's up? I'm part of, like, I'm one of the monks here. Haha. I don't know, I still kind of just like saying, putting boss there. Hey, where's the boss? You know, she should be with you, right? Yeah. She risked her life to get the antidote. I'm gonna say she risked her life to get the antidote.
それ、どういうことだよ。ちゃんと教えてくれよ。
Oh, man. Yeah, hey. What do you mean by that? Tell me. Please. Like, look at the way that his eyes are going. He's like, hey, what do you mean? Please, tell me. ちゃんと教えてくれよ. Because technically what we said is something that is like, you know, she risked her life. But, you know, it doesn't explicitly say that she's dead. Also, considering all of the shit that Y'shtola can do, she couldn't just, like, you know, use some ether telekinesis shit to grab the vial without jumping in herself. You know, like, that's already been a thing that's kind of been shown that she should probably be able to do. This feels very contrived. She's gonna be back in like 30 minutes. If the vial broke, that would be bad. That's not even close to what? I'm gonna ignore that. This is a contrivance. I don't buy either of those, because it's not like the second that the vial gets into our hands, Ranji couldn't just, like, slap it out of our hands. Ranji just kind of, like, you get the vial, and Ranji is just like, ah, shit, those are the rules. No takesies, backsies. The dude who can just, like, he can't, like, run and intercept that and spike it out of her hand himself. I dislike contrivances like this because you don't need to do stuff like this to build tension. Like, you don't need to do stuff like this to build tension in your story. You can do it in a way that doesn't involve having to hand-wave a bunch of stuff. Now that's... no. No, there's... that can't be true. There's no way the boss... She wouldn't. She was... such a great person. Yeah, like, just, you know, for someone like her to, you know, just fall down a hole, that's not... Yeah, right, we're gonna start looking for her, right? Like, I'll go with you. Like, let me in on the search. What's wrong with you? Let's go. I mean, yeah, boss, Matoya could be... Yeah, there's no way she would just die like that. Yeah, no, she wouldn't. You're right, dude. Thank you for echoing my sentiment. She wouldn't just die like that. Fushinsha. No, yeah, it's a really good performance. Ordinarily, that would be getting to me as well, but there's just... she's not dead. This would have worked on me if we didn't just do this last expansion. We just did this. And we also just did it the expansion before. Every single expansion so far has had at least one Y'shtola is totally dead this time, you guys moment. Every single expansion. You can't do it every time. Also, just calling... this is very obviously of itself, but calling him a Fushinsha is amazing. Yeah, sorry to bother you at a time like this. One of my allies patrolling the area found a suspicious person. Yeah, I can't really tell if he's a friend of yours or not, so I brought him along so you could confirm. Oh look, it's FFXIV. Man, the visual update looks very good for him. FFXIV.
いや、ここの狩人たちを少々甘く見すぎていた。案外逃げる隙がない。
God, he's great. It's like, ah, man. I kind of underestimated the hunters around here. Yeah. Very, surprisingly, they don't give you much margin of error. It's like, it's pretty hard to, this is more like it's surprisingly hard to run away from them.
De, なんだこの状況は。
Huh? So then, what's going on here? Him literally just coming up here going, Nanda kono joukyo wa? Yeah, what's going on here? Huh? Why couldn't we have shown me that cutscene? I would love to see the cutscene of FFXIV having a wacky little chase sequence with the rabbits.
はは。遺跡に入るところまでは見ていたが、中でそんなことになってたわけか。
Huh. Huh. Yeah, I was watching you up until you went into the ruins, but... so that's what happened once you went inside.
仲間が死んだとはご愁傷様だ。
Oh shit. He just speeds right through that. Holy shit, what an asshole. What an absolute asshole. Goshu-sama. Like, so the way that this line should be is, yeah, my condolences about your dead friend. Just like, yeah, my condolences about your dead friend. Or, like, yeah, I would even go, yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that your friend has died. My condolences. He just goes right through it, and yeah, Thancred is not having any of it.
だって死んだんだろう？事実をぼかせば蘇るわけでもあるまいし。
Holy shit. What an asshole. Yeah, I mean, she's dead though, isn't she? Yeah, it's not like you'll bring her back just by ignoring the truth. Well, あるまいし。
お前が思うほど命は軽くないんだ。俺たちにとってはな。それに彼女という賢人は、そうやすやすと死を受け入れるようなたちじゃない。
Ooh, this is a good response from Thancred. Yeah, you should know, like, life isn't that cheap to us. Yeah, like, Yeah, so it's not like we're just going to be able to so easily accept that, you know, a sage like her is dead. You know, so quickly accept, you know, and just get over it so quickly. That sort of thing. れるような年じゃない。彼女と検診はそういうどうしよう。Actually, wait. No. Yes. No. I'm pretty sure, yeah. I don't think he's saying that, like, I don't think he was making a reference saying, like, oh, she wouldn't die that easily. No, it's, you know, she's a very irreplaceable person. Yeah, are you okay? If you're tired, you should go get some rest. This character is a very good kid. Very, very nice. Oh, wow. Yeah, did she really fall? Oh, right when she fell, there was a really strong gust of wind. Wow, she, like, fucking... Yeah, I wonder. I wonder if we're going to get her back immediately.
彼女が転落する際のことをもう一度詳しく教えていただけませんか?
God, I love Variager. Like, could you please elaborate in more... Could you please, once more, in more detail, elaborate on what occurred on the exact moment in which she fell? Also, using tennoku is... Tennoku surusai. Ridiculous. Ancient teleport. No fucking shit. I thought we were going to get like 5 quests in before this happened. Turns out it was 1. Why? Why are we building up to this like it's some big dramatic thing? We all knew that this was going to happen. Ancient teleport. Yes, obviously. No shit. Motoya tells her not to use that spell. I'm gonna use that spell again. It really is just like having an actual cat. Motoya just keeps telling her to not step on the power button for her PC. I mean, she just used the ancient teleport again.
ほら、あの栄唱なしの転送魔法だ。俺が以前あれに巻き込まれた時も強い風が吹いた。
Wait a minute, is this the first time that they've used... Wait, huh? Eishol? Like, wait, no, but, like, all of these spells have been Eishol Nashi. Huh? Yeah, it's like, yeah, chantless, teleportation magic. All of them have been. Basically, none of them have had a chant. No, did he really say... I don't know if that's what Swiftcast actually means in... I don't know if that's the name for Swiftcast in Japanese. It might be. But he's saying that, like, Ancient Teleport is a chantless spell, but I don't think that that's, like... That hasn't really been established as a thing in the setting? As spells being chanted or chantless? Yeah, when I got sucked up into that the last time, you know, I felt, yeah, there was an incredibly strong gust of wind before. Okay.
ああ、なるほど。さっき一瞬だけ地脈が由来だと思ったが、気のせいじゃなかったか。
気のせいじゃなかったか。Yeah, it's the problem is though is that they've shown for me. The problem is that they've shown people casting spells without chanting constantly. So them referencing it in this line here is weird. Like they haven't shown chants during cutscenes when people are casting spells. So saying like, "Oh, it's a chantless spell." Bitch, every spell is a chantless spell. You never show anybody chanting. He just goes, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I felt some sort of trembling in I felt some, like, disturbance in the ley lines. Huh. Guess I wasn't imagining it. So, here's the thing. They translate Chimyaku to life stream, right? Chimyaku, they translate to life stream. Right? Am I correct about that? That's stupid as fuck, and doesn't make any damn sense. It should just be ley line. Like, it's literally just Chimyaku. It's not very difficult. It's just, like, ground vein, earth vein. Ley line is the closest thing that you got in English to the concept, I think. I think you would just, if it was me, there are air, sky, and earth ley lines in the setting. It matters later. Well, then, I mean, you can just do that. Like, that, I mean, that works. Like, you can say airborne ley line. Like, celestial ley line, whatever. We frame dropping? God damn it, yes we are again. I forgot to swap the thing. I don't know, I can't think of a better term for Chimyaku other than just ley line. I would totally be open to there being one. If we could come up with one that's better, I would totally be open to it. But it's definitely not live stream. Live stream, definitely not. Like, they've used this term, why is live stream bad? Because they've been mixing it up between the Sea of Stars and the Earth ley lines, as Dak said. What's the kanji? Chimyaku, which is ground vein. Earth vein. Myaku is the same, kanji that gets used for, like, a vein of ore. Things like that. Literally, it just refers... Chimyaku, in this case, literally just refers to there are etheric veins that go through the ground that circulate ether. Lifestream, they've utilized to mean the Sea of Stars where you go when you die, and just the, like, ground ether. They've used it to mean both, which couldn't be more wrong. They've said, oh, their soul has returned to the life stream, but that's just not what that is. But yeah, he's like, oh, yeah, I thought I... Look at this asshole! He just goes, oh. Look at this fucking asshole! You could just go with, like, Earth Vein. You could go with something... Yeah, they have used it in different ways backwards before. They eventually fix it, I think, but they've used it a bunch of different ways in a bunch of different expansions. You could go with, like, etheric current. You could go with something like that, but you definitely don't go with lifestream. That's, like, one of the most wrong ones. And also, did you see the way that the facial animation for Evan there was amazing? He's like, oh, yeah, I felt something weird in the ley lines. Guess it wasn't my imagination. I mean, I only felt like, it only took once. So, I mean, probably they went in, but, haven't left. Probably still just, lost in the ley lines then.
そうだとしたら難儀です。以前は確かカヌエ様の力をお借りして彼女を地脈から引き上げましたが。
Yeah, Sea of Stars is the place you meet Minfilia and Heaven's Word. They describe it in ARR, I believe. Her and Minfilia and Urianger gave a whole presentation on it where they say that when you die on the original world, when you die on that planet, you go off into the Sea of Stars to kind of, your soul just kind of floats around a bit and then you get reincarnated. That's referred to as the Sea of Stars. And then they said that there is a gap in the space between the Sea of Stars and the world, which is where the Ascians hang out. Like, through that gap, where they prevent themselves, their souls, from being transferred over to the Sea of Stars to be reincarnated. They hang out in that little gap between dimensions. That's the description that they give. It's also that description that was the impetus for me making the read on, hey, wait, aren't people's souls probably just split apart then? Like, if the world got split apart, wouldn't people's souls get split apart too? If, if you're being separated to a bunch of mirror worlds? Yeah, they really butchered the explanation for it. Like, they really butchered the explanation for it. In the Japanese and ARR, it was very clear. They just say, you die, the ether, like, holding together your soul, takes you over to the Sea of Stars, you hang out in the Sea of Stars for a bit, and then you get reincarnated. And that's also where idols hang out. Like, they say that idols, as purely etheric beings, hang out in the Sea of Stars, and then they get summoned down to Earth in, like, physical but still pure ether form, and then they fuck off back to the Sea of Stars. And the ley lines here, the chimyaku, are just the thing that circulates ether throughout the planet. It's just like, it's literally just veins that circulate ether throughout the planet, and so these veins, they can be fucked with, they can be blocked, they can be redirected. Yeah, they used Lifestream as a colloquial for the Sea of Stars because of Final Fantasy VII. That was the term for, like, the afterlife or whatever that they used in Final Fantasy VII, so they just reused it here, despite them literally using it in the wrong place. They literally just used it in the wrong spot. Yes, and that is what that is what you move through when you teleport in this setting with the Aetherites. You move through those veins. The chimyaku, ley lines. Or you can go with etheric current, you can go with ley line, you can go with ether vein. Anything like that would work for chimyaku. But because they mixed those up so much in AR and Heavensward, it got real confusing in English. Whereas Japanese has always just used chimyaku. And I've always known exactly what they mean by it. You wouldn't... I understand where they're coming from with the whole Dragon Vein thing with the AI one, but... Yeah, they say that there's, like, you know, there's, etheric currents in the air. So, but I mean, like, you can say, like, wind vein. That works. Like, you can seriously just say, you can say ley-lined wind vein, or ether vein, wind vein. Something like that. There's a bunch of different ways that you could do it, but chimyaku is pretty clear. So this really wasn't like a sidetrack, because it's very important to what's being discussed here. Because a lot, like, people who would have played the game in English exclusively wouldn't know what the fuck they're talking about here. Like, it would be very confusing. You know, how are we in, like, a completely different mirror world, but we're still going into the live stream? Like, that doesn't even make sense. The live stream would have to be something that would be intrinsically linked to Heidelin. And so now we're in, like, a completely separate mirror world, but the same live stream concept still applies? That doesn't work at all. What does the English use here? One fucking guess stack. This, you should be incredibly disappointed, but it's very obvious. The answer is live stream. They use live stream. So Yashola right now is in the Sea of Stars and not in the ley lines? Nope, she's in the ley lines. She's in the ley lines. Yeah, they're morons. The Emmet Selk line here is interesting. I thought I sensed a brief disturbance in the livestream. How reassuring to know it was not my imagination. Oh, what do you mean reassuring? I felt it only once, I should mention, which would suggest she is still adrift on its currents. Yeah, she's in the ley lines. She's not dead. And also, they translated Ancient Teleport to flow. They say flow, the teleportation magic she used to spirit us away from Ul'dah after the bloody banquet. I recall a similar gale in the tunnel before it took effect. Yeah, she's literally just, she used Ancient Teleport. She's in the ley lines now. We just pull her out of the ley lines. There you go. And yeah, you really should use, it should just be Ancient Teleport. You could just use Ancient Teleport. It's a cool name. I'm sure the word flow will never come back? Yeah. I'm sure it will not be completely fucked that they said flow here. Oh, does that actually matter later? That's hilarious. God, they're dumb. God, they're so fucking dumb. It really is. Like, this section of the translation really is just like, it's like I'm beating up a toddler at this point. It's like I'm bullying just like a particularly dumb child. I almost feel bad. Because this is clearly just hack amateur work done by people who just, like, don't speak Japanese or something. This isn't a professional translation. This is amateur hour. And, like, shit, man, I'm not a professional translator. My Japanese isn't even that fucking good. And yet, still, even then, this feels like punching down. Oh. Yeah. Okay, so in that case, this is going to be quite difficult. Or, in that case, this is quite the bind. previously, yeah, we relied on Lady Kane Senna's aid to draw her out of the ley lines. Which, again, notice here what he said there. This is going to be difficult. He says, nangi desu. Nangi. This is going to be difficult. In English, he says, then I fear she may yet be lost to us, for it was only by the grace of the elementals that she was plucked from that great ethereal river. You people are just... Man. The Kate era is just, like, comical. Is that another fucking new term for the ley line? Well, it's like, he's just describing, he's saying he's just describing it as, like, a great ethereal river. Whatever. But, yeah, no, he's talking about the Gridania's spirit things with... But in the Japanese, he says that it's thanks to Kane Senna. In the English, they say, thanks to the grace of the elementals. They just they can't help it. They cannot help themselves. Look! Amazing. Best character. Anytime he's on screen. He just says, I mean, it'd be a bit of a pain in the ass, but how about I go get her? Literally just says it is Mendo daga. What are the elementals called in Japanese? Well, they just aren't mentioned there. I don't even remember what they're called in Japanese. I think it is just like, oh, it was spirits. Yeah, it was like the spirits, like the forest spirits, I believe. Like the spirits of the forest of the Black Shroud. Rather than elemental. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's all spatial. Yeah, it is just Seirei. Yeah, now that you mention it, it is just Seirei. It's just spirits. Changing spirits to elementals is weird. It's not, that one isn't like a huge deal, it just doesn't really make sense. That one's just like, why? You can just say spirits. It's the same thing. Like, that one just doesn't, like, I don't even get what sort of benefit you gain by calling them elemental. And yeah, Mendo here is a wonderful word. Like, this is, so the whole joke here, to over-explain and thus ruin the joke, Urianger says, like, oh, it's going to be exceedingly difficult for us to attempt to recover her. Like, we're in an incredibly difficult situation. This is, like, what a horrible state of affairs this is. How are we possibly going to do this? This is going to require the utmost effort from us. And then Emmett Soldier says, I mean, it'd be a bit of a pain in the ass, but I'll go get her, I guess. You know, like, I'll go get her. How about I give it a shot? Be a bit of a pain, though. Like, this is the same turn of, like, it's the same level of severity given to, like, oh, you know, you get a call from like, your parents or something, and they're like, hey, can you pick up milk, too? Like, I know you're out of the grocery store, can you pick up milk? And you're like, oh, I just checked out, like, I'd have to go back into the store? Fuck. Alright, sure. Like, that's the level of severity that he's describing it as. It's like, God damn it. This is going to be, like, a whole thing. It's gonna take me, like, 30 minutes. Yeah, and you just look at him. I fucking love Emmett Selk, holy shit. This is such an amazing line. This is just like, you guys really don't believe a single word I say, do you? Or it's like since you, this is like, since you are so insistent on not taking a single thing that I say at face value, this seems like a pretty good opportunity to prove to you that I'm not your enemy. That's a pretty good translation of this line. He's just like, God, you are... You don't believe a single thing I say. This is a good chance for me to prove that I am not your enemy. He just says, "Ii kikai da." Good opportunity. He's being so ridiculously casual about it. Look at this fucking asshole. Yeah, like,
何が何だかわからない
yeah, I don't really get what's going on, but
ことだよな。そうだろ。
yeah, this means like the boss is still alive. Oh yeah, do the VPN thing. Thank you. The thing that I love about the way that Emmett Sulk is portrayed is that you can very clearly tell just from his mannerisms, from his posture, and from his, like, you know, just the tone of his voice, his word choice. His perception of how serious the situation is completely different than everyone else's. To him, he's just like, bro, I told you I'm on your side. What? What else do you want from me? Like, I told you I'm not your enemy. God, what's wrong with you? Fuck's sake. Oh, absolutely wonderful. Yeah, let's, hopefully this doesn't screw up the stream itself, but we have been having many frame drops, so... Alrighty, that should be... the stream should have dropped for about a second and then come right back. But, okay, so, question. So the term flow comes up later, like, in the same expansion? Or does it come back up, like, later, like, way later? Is it in the same patch or is it in post-patch? It's an Endwalker? Then that's just another case of... To me, that matters because it's... There have been two completely different things that have been happening. Throughout the translation of the series as a whole. Which is, we've had situations where they've just haphazardly changed something, and then, it's come back to bite them later. Like, they just change something because they feel like doing it or because they think it'll fit better, and then it ends up biting them later. And then they end up having to, like, retcon shit. But then there's been stuff that's been happening, like here, where they've been contradicting themselves in the same quest. For no reason. Like the whole Yulmore thing. Right? Like, the thing where they say, oh yeah, the Yulmoren army went right through Slitherbound. They just totally ignored everybody. Nobody cared. And then they contradict that immediately. That's been happening a lot more recently, where that to me is, you know, the former is bad policy, where, you know, that's part of the Koji Fox and associated more on school of translation that they talk about proudly, where they're like, ooh, we're gonna spice stuff up, we gotta make things more fun to read, blah blah blah. We think that we're better writers than the original writers, and then, oh no, we introduced plot holes, who could have ever seen this coming? Right, that's one thing. But then the other option where they just, like, translate something completely wrong and it comes back to bite them instantaneously is just straight up idiocy. Like, there is no willful decision-making occurring that leads to this. They're just bad at reading and translating.
地脈への介入というのは、魔法に覚えがあるものでも、そうそうなせる技ではありません。ここは、彼に頼るほかないかと。
Yeah, and this is an interesting line from Urianger. He says, like, direct intervention of the, like, ley lines is not something that, you know, even people incredibly proficient in magic are, you know, able to do easily whatsoever. Yeah, we might have no option but to take him at his word, rely on him. Yeah, and then Mephilia is just saying, like, hey, this means that, we can, that Montoya can be saved, right? Yeah. Yeah. And then, yeah, Thancred here is going like, it doesn't seem like this is a trap, but you should be careful. Yeah, the way that the rabbits talk is wonderful. Yeah, she says, "Oh, I'm just glad that we didn't like bring an enemy of yours here. I mean, if we had, then." Yeah, it's just like, you know, if we had, we would have had to deal with him. Just saying straight up, we would have just taken him out back and fucking executed him. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on, but seems like it wasn't a mistake to bring him here with us. Yeah, if possible, I would want to have someone, like, as wise as that as an ally. Wait. Yeah, and they actually referenced this. Wait, he was actually this piece of shit. Yeah. あのね、昨日やで。だろ? Okay, this is a wonderful line. It's like, man. Yeah, even with, you know, with everything going on, we found him just hanging out up in a tree. You know, like, you see somebody like that and you just know that he's up to no good. But hey, you know, we did a pretty great job catching him, right? Also, specifically, he was up in a tree. Like, he did teleport himself up into the treetop and he was just hanging out, like eating popcorn, watching us. In English, they say we found him asleep in the shade of a tree near the ruins. A fine way to behave when one's companions are in dire straits. Everybody just talks the fucking same in the English. In the Japanese, he said, like, I'm gonna go take a nap up in a tree somewhere. Yep. See ya. It's like, alright then, so. Like I said I was gonna do it, so you're gonna help too. まずは引き上げに通る太い地脈が流れてる場所を探す必要がある。Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Wait a second, wait a second. He's like, yeah, we need to find some, like, big ol' thick veins. Honestly, like, yeah, the fact that he's using, like, "futoi" to refer to them, I would go with veins. Now, like, I'm thinking more, Dak was right, I think you should go with, like, etheric veins. But, hikiage ni taru. Yeah, it's like, we need to find somewhere where there's enough thick veins that can be, like, pulled up to the surface. Hikiage ni taru. Or that are, like, already... Hikiage ni taru is weird. Thick enough to pull her out of? I'm assuming that's what he means. But, considering it's, I would guess that makes the most sense. To me, this sounded like he might be talking about raising the, like, pulling the veins themselves up to the surface. That might just be me, though. But, yeah, I don't actually remember. I would just go with, like, you know, we need to find somewhere where there's enough thick veins to draw from. Or something. Yeah, so, yeah, take this. Yeah, so then, take this. Yeah, it's, like a marking torch that I made with magic. Marking light. Oh, okay. Yeah, the more it, shakes, the thicker the vein. Yeah, use the shaking to find the right spot.
見つけたら、まあ、合図の指笛でも吹け。面倒だが、私から出向いてやるとしよう。
God, I love... yeah, once you find it, Yeah, just whistle as a signal. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass, but you know, you do that and I'll come after you. Yeah, found yeah, I've got this little light. Alright. Oh, okay. Chimyoku no Honnyu. Oh, it's Honnyu. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, okay, so we're finding, like, the main stream. Huh. Yeah, like a main line. Cool. Yeah, find a, like... So, we're just gonna... We're fucking mainlining? I don't even know what drug reference I would want to make there. Honestly. There's so many different ways that you could do Chimyoku. Like... Oh god, but here's the thing though, if you used vein, they would put artery there. They would put in artery, and they would fuck it all up. Any option that you give, I can just already see so many ways of ruining it. Okay, nope, nothing. Nothing. Nothing? What? They did say it was I had to go lower. So what, is it like over here? Like it's gonna be on like on the precipice here, right? Okay, yeah, that's somewhat, it's gonna be like right here on the precipice. Like right on the edge. Just a little bit. Fuck you, fuck you. What is it? Is it gonna be like on top of one of these things? Oh, okay. Yep, it's right here. Oh, it's on the, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. I kind of wasn't expecting it to actually just be that. This should do. Yeah, wonderful job. Yeah, wonderful job searching. Now then, step back, please. Or really, he didn't even say please, he just said, now then, step back. Yeah, now then, what color was her soul again? Ah, found you. Just quick snap. Thick. They just wanted to do this scene again. They just wanted to do this scene again.
違いない。姉さんだ。
Yeah, that's her. It's really her. Nah. Classy as fuck. Baller.
Oi, 大丈夫か?
Hey. Thancred seriously just runs up and goes, Oi, 大丈夫か? Hey, you alright?
なんとかね。私は一体
Somehow. I guess. Somehow, it seems. What happened?
あなたは二度目の帰還を果たしたのです。エンシェントテレポによる地脈の放浪から。
Are you fucking ridiculous? Yeah. No, you've been brought back for a second time. From, like, your wandering in the etheric veins by your ancient teleport. Urianger is great, man. He's easily one of my favorite characters. Because he hits an archetype that is very rarely utilized properly, which is he's somewhat monotone, but everything he says is so ridiculously emotional, despite him not really emoting that much. It's not really an archetype that you see very often. And it's very well written in 14. It's a very difficult tone to land, where you've got somebody who is speaking in a very even, calm keel, but you can get a lot of emotional depth out of the things that they say, and the way that they say them, despite it all being, you know, fairly subdued. Like, and they do a fantastic job with the animation for him. Like, look at the expression on his face. Like him saying, you've been brought back for a second time.
そうだったわ。薬を解毒薬を取るにはそれしかないと思って。
Oh, yeah, that's what happened. I thought it was the only way to get the medicine, the antidote.
我ながらひどい無茶をしたものだわ。気づいてくれてありがとう。
Oh, that is such a nice line. 気づいてくれてありがとう. That is such a nice line. This is like, that was incredibly reckless even for me, it seems. Like, thank you for noticing where I went. Or thank you for noticing what I did. She's giving you props for picking up on, like, this is some bullshit she would pull. You know, like, literally me just going like, she's not fucking dead, obviously. This is their response to that, which, this is still a ridiculous thing to do. This is a very much an ass, like, why? Why did we need to do this? But at the same time, this is a pretty good way of paying that off. They're saying, like, yeah, you knew I wasn't God, but this is this was kind of ridiculous even for me.
姉さん姉さんマトーヤの姉さん
Oh, Matoya!
無事でよかっ
Yay!
た本当に本当に
I'm so glad you're okay. Bro, you're gonna get
困っ
let
た
down.
子ね
Yeah.
あなたがい
Oh!
たらみんなも不安になってしまうわ
Komattako. Oh my god. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. The MTL, notice that the MTL immediately thinks that that's a line towards a female character. Komattako. This is like, you really are a handful, aren't you? Yeah, if you start crying like that, everyone else is going to get worried.
この魔女マトーヤがそうそう死ぬものですかまだまだ知りたいことは尽きなくてよ
Yeah, also, hold up. She literally mirrors the exact thing that he said. Right? Hold up, let me scroll back up a little bit, because this is the exact thing that shit. Hold up. Wait, do I have it set? No, fuck, I don't. But he used the same line. He said, "So shinu mono desu." Shinu mono ka. Like, or he said like, "So shinu hazu nai." Something like that. "So shinu wake ne daro." Something like that. So these should be mirrored. These should be mirrored lines, right? She says, like, the witch Matoya won't die that easily. Or, like, do you really think the witch Matoya would die that easily? Actually, no, he said, like, Kanton Shinu. Yeah, no, never mind. I don't think these are mirrored, actually. Ignore me. Yeah, there's so many things left for me to... Yeah, there's... You know, an unending... This is like, there's so many things that I still need to learn. Or... I mean, pretty much he says, like, you know, there's no end to to my studies, sort of thing. What an asshole. What an asshole. 功労者への感謝はなしかね Like, honestly, I would go with something like, and no thanks for the miracle worker then, I see. Referring to yourself as 功労者への感謝 He's like, you know, not a word of thanks for me after all the trouble I went through. All he did was snap his fucking fingers. And he's describing it like it was the hardest thing he's ever done. He's just like, what? Thank you?
お話ししたアシエンエメトセルクです。あなたを地脈から引き上げる役目は彼が。
お話しした。Yeah. This is, Wait a minute, is this... her first time... Oh, yeah, this is her first time meeting him itself, because he pieced out beforehand. Yeah, this is the, Asian that I spoke of. Or, this is the... Honestly, hold up. This is a thing that, yeah, Emmett really does have the, Shigureui pose. He's got the Shigureui posture. Straight up. He's got the gamer lean. So, this is a thing that bothers me. Because they've been describing the Asians. The Asian, like, Asian is their last name. In general. Like, it's not really a racial designation, it's a name. His name is Asian Emmett Selk. Which Emmett Selk really shouldn't have a hyphen, and honestly, he probably shouldn't even be known as Emmett. Like, nobody calls Laha Brea Laha, though that would be pretty funny. Or Elidibus doesn't get called Eli, though that would be fucking sick now that I say that. Yeah, in Japanese, he's Emmett Selk. Like, them putting a hyphen between Emmett Selk, Emmett-Selk is weird, now that I see it more. I only knew that his name... I only knew him as Emmett because people told me that. Like, I'd never actually seen his name written out before that, but his name really should be like Emmett Selk. Like, E-M-E-T, or like E-M-M-E-T-S-E-L-K, or something like that. Or just like Emmett Selk. Like, that is his name. His name is Asian Emmett Selk. Yeah, the person who pulled you out of the... Also, yeah, Hikiageru. The one who drew you out of the etheric veins was him.
そう、あなたが例の。
Ah. Oh! So, I see. So then you're that, like, this is like, you know, the one that I've heard so much about. Reno.
信用するかどうかは別問題として、今回は感謝するわ。助けてくれてありがとう。
Yeah, whether or not I trust you completely is an entirely separate matter. However, yeah, I should give you my thanks for saving me.
それで、
That's all he
まさ
wanted.
か先に北安名御影堂に行ったりはしていないでしょうね。
He just wanted a thank you. What does she say here in the EN? Let me check. When it was the, oh, so then you're, like, the ren or any sort of line like that, the anata ga ren or ... Japanese, of course, you know, I've said it a bunch, we've talked about it on the metaphor streams. In Japanese, you can do trailing subjects, or you can do trailing sentences a lot easier. You just kind of drop the subject and do a partial sentence, and it works. You can't really do that as easily in English. But in English for the, like, her eyes go wide and she goes like, oh shit, so then that's, that's Emmett Selk. Oh fuck. In English, she just says, I see. That's it. Thank you. Differences notwithstanding, you saved my life, and for that I am grateful. That's not differences notwithstanding, it's, I don't know if I trust you yet. Also, wait a second, she just goes like, but God, this is such a good line from Yashola. She says, so, just to be sure, you didn't do this before going to the, Kitana, like, Divine Grotto, right? She says specifically... Well, she specifically says, Tasukete kurete arigato. Like, she says, she does say thank you for saving my life as the final thing that she says. But here she's saying, like, don't tell me, you didn't do this before going to the Kitana, like, Cave of Divine Shadow, whatever the fuck you would go with for Kamikage, Utsuro, like, Divine Shadow, Grotto, Hollow, whatever you want to go with. They, Ravel? R-A-V-E-L? What? Ravel. Ravel? Ravel. As in unravel? Yes, literally. That, huh? That doesn't make any damn sense.
この私を置いて遺跡探索なんて許さなくてよ。
Oh wait, no, this I got it backwards. Okay, never mind. I got the line backwards. God. I talked so much shit and then I fucked up. Masaka saki ni okonat. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, that is a double negative. I'll give myself some amount of slack there. I'll give myself some slack there, so... I mean, the second you see this line, you just go back and go, oh, okay, I fucked that one up. The previous line was actually, you... Don't tell me you went to the Kitana, you know, Divine Cave of Divine Shadow without me. Did you? Yeah, I would never forgive you if you explored it without me. She says, この私を置いて遺跡探索なんて許さなくてよ. Amazing. Excellent. Of course we're going together. We're going to, yeah. Yay. Amazing.
それだけ元気ならアルメたちも安心するだろうさ。遺跡のことを聞くためにも一度ファノブの里に戻ろう。
Okay, this is a very Japanese turn of phrase, but he's saying, like, you know, if you're that up and active, if you're that ready and raring to go, I'm sure they'll be fine. Otome and everybody else won't be worried about you. There's a bunch of expressions like this, like, you know, if you're feeling good enough to complain, argue, blah blah blah, means that you're actually okay. You could go with, you know, something like probably something like, you know, Ome, you know, the rest of the Vira, whatever they're called, they're, you know, be happy to see you back to your old self. Let's go back to Vanov and ask about the ruins. Yeah. It's a very British thing to say, too. Yeah. It's only really awkward in American English, probably. Just kind of not a thing that we say that much. Also, man, We could be a little bit nicer to Emmett Salk. Like, come on, man. He's been a very good boy. He hasn't even tried to kill us once today. Oh, okay, hold up, guys. Hold up. Before we do this, there's, I just looked over at the English. There's a line here we need to see. There's a line here we need to see. I'm leaving Emmett Salk behind. I need to find Urianger. I need to find Urianger here. Where is Urianger? He's got to be around here somewhere. There is a fucking insane line here that I just saw in the English. Okay, Autone. They're probably gonna be around here somewhere, right? No. So, this is apparently some optional dialogue that you can find. I just glanced over at the English to see it. Where is he, though? Where is Urianger and all them? Maybe they're back at the nap room? Maybe they're going to take a little bit of a siesta? Is it nap time? What is the name of this area in the English, by the way? Because it shows up as a named location in the Japanese when you walk over to it. Yeah, like you can see it on the map too. Nap room. So, oh, where's MSQ? Oh, yeah, I'm so glad that she's okay. Yeah, it's like I feel, he's like, I feel, you know, great, I feel fantastic. Sleepaway Common? Seriously? Oh, that's so lame. Oh, my own, thickness just melted away, is what it says, something like that. I'm glad that my experience, with the Ancient Teleport came in handy. Fano is so weird instead of being Fanov. Ugh. This is evil. Okay, wait a second. Yeah, he's saying, yeah, but thanks to Emmett Salk, she didn't need anybody to, you know, like, help her, cover herself. You know, I mean, I was ready to catch her, though. Thancred wanted to be the you know, dude swooping in to save the day. Yeah, yeah, it's gonna be really nice to have Motoya with us, but is her body actually okay? Like, yeah, you know, is she actually okay with all of that shit? Okay, let me see what they say here. I'll admit. Oh, Interesting. They got a little saying here. Yeah, we should. Yeah, graciously welcome the return of such a, wise ally. As the Emperor said, we will lose those we should lose, and or we will lose that which we should lose and gain that which we should gain. As is fated. Huh. Glad that everybody was able to reunite. Now, we've been waiting 3,000 years to take you to the temple. Okay. Yeah. Ah, thank goodness. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so happy. Alright, we can get back to the exploration, alright? So then, Urianger slide here. There's no way that this shit is real. Okay, yeah. Hold up. This is what I was saying. 異なる世界の地脈ともなれば Yeah, looking through history, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who had been, safely rescued from, you would be, looking through history, you would scarcely find anyone who would have, returned alive from wandering the, etheric veins twice, much less, the veins of an entirely different world. Yeah, I cannot think of anyone else as lucky as her. Or I can't think of anyone else blessed with such good fortune as her. Yeah, for her to have returned to us after, going through, after, それほどの好き目. Yeah, after, for her to have been returned to us from such a, hopeless fate. I'm overjoyed. It's something like that. それほどの So, what he said is, the real thing is, 私はとっても嬉しいのです. He just says, I'm incredibly happy that she's back. Right? He just, it's a very emotional line. He's saying, I'm so happy she's okay. He wraps it all up with a bunch of fancy nonsense, but then ends it with, I'm so glad she's okay. Ahem. In all of history, there are but few who have returned from a misadventure in the ethereal sea, possessed of mind and body both. To have done so twice beggareth belief. 'Tis plain Yashola wanteth not for favor among the 12. We're on a different planet, my guy. We're on a different planet. Favor among the 12? What do you mean? They don't actually know the difference between the veins and sea. They literally say ethereal sea. They used the wrong one again. We just were talking about this. They said ethereal sea. They used the wrong one again. They're using the term that they used for the afterlife again. I had to check that line because of the whole 12 bit, but it was even dumber. It was even dumber. Because in the Japanese, they actually addressed the fact that we're on a different world. He's saying like, oh, for somebody to come back twice from being stuck in the etheric veins, you know, that's ridiculous. For somebody to survive coming back from the veins of a completely different world is insane. Yeah, why would he... And instead of... He said, like, I can't think of anybody luckier than her. He just says lucky. In the Japanese. In the English, they have to go like, oh, luck is a... They would say blessed by the 12 for luck. Even though we're on a different fucking planet. We're on a mirror world. The 12 ain't here, bro. Even if they were important. Which they aren't. We're on a different fucking planet. It's just, it is comical. Huh. Wow, this is a really, like, this is a surprisingly, like, honest line from MSQ. He doesn't really do this that much. But he says, yeah, even after such a, you know, a touching reunion, you know, hugging one another, you know, eventually they very well might turn against one another and betray each other.
なあ、そう思うだろう。お前たちと来たら、未だにそんなことの繰り返しだものな。
お前たちと来たら。Yeah, wait. Yeah. Yeah, you agree with me, right? Like, when it comes to... Like, when it comes to you all, that's what you've done for... Like, this is like, you know, for eons, after all. He does say, 繰り返しもの。繰り返しだものな。Like, he says, like, this is actually more interesting than I thought. This could also be taken to mean, like, literally, you all. Like, so I would want to keep that in this line, where he's saying, like, when it comes to all of you, like, that's happened time and time again. Hasn't it? Like, that cycle has repeated itself over and over again. This could be a general term for, you know, people who have only part of their souls, but he also could be literally talking to you and the specific souls that we have. He could literally be saying, like, hey, I know you fuckers. We've done this before. Interesting. These are both pretty great comebacks here. You could say they won't do that, or... Yeah, that's, it's like, you're talking pretty big for a, you know, spreader of chaos. I want to, I don't know which one here I wanna see. I'll just say this one. I know that they're different. Yep. Ooh, this is what he meant. That is kind of what he meant.
その手のセリフはあらゆる時代で聞き飽きてる。そしてそれが覆る瞬間も飽きるほど見てるぞ。それをしていた時だって何度もな。
Yeah, he says, yes, yes, yes. You know, I'm quite sick of hearing people, you know, like you say that exact line over and over and over again. Yeah, and I've seen those words turned on their head enough that it's honestly, yeah, like, that it's gotten boring. Yeah, even just, like, while I was being Soul how many times. So that is sort of what he's been saying here, is... I think he's making a pretty direct statement of saying, like, I've heard you say that shit to me many times. Oh, okay, him starting this with Ika. He said, yeah, this is like, look. Yes. That Asians sow the seeds of war and conflict. However, like, as to why, it's because it's necessary. Yeah, conflict encourages progress, evolution. Like, it creates ambition. Yeah, and at the end of that, usually somewhere or another does something, and the calamity occurs. I like how he just says, like, you know, someone does something, blah blah blah, calamity.
しかし、私たちが蒔いた種に黒い感情を注いで育て、花を咲かせたのはいつだってお前たちだったよ。
Yeah. However, like, we plant the seeds, but the ones who, like, water it with, like, impure or, yeah, wicked emotions and cause it to bloom are always, invariably, you. All of you. Wait a minute. What an asshole.
おっと、反論も口論も面倒だから願い下げだ。今の言葉を黙って受け止めることが、この私の助力に対する謝礼だとでも思っておけ。
He goes, okay, hold up, sorry. You know, all the trouble of objections and refutation and arguing is a pain, so let's just end it there. Like, if you could please just not. What an asshole. Okay, this is such a good line. He's like, all the trouble of like, listening to your objections and arguing with you would be such a pain, so if you could please just not. Please just listen to what I said, take what I said as is, and we'll leave it there. You can consider that my reward for everything I did today. He seriously says, like, as payment for what I did here, just shut up. Don't try and argue with me on this. Just let me have this one. No, yada. Okay. Well then, let's head back. Right, it was Fanov Village, right? Walking is such a pain. That's interesting. That's a good little conversation. Also, his entire thing about how many times has he heard that exact thing and how many times has it been proven wrong. All of that in English was just, oh, if I had a gil for every time one of you heroes made that claim. And that's it. That was the entire thing. Good. I love it. Yeah, it was like, what? Look, I told you, I really would prefer if we didn't have any sort of argument. Yeah, now then, everybody's here, so you should get ready to take down the next Great Sin Eater. Like, specifically, he used the term, negai sage. Like, literally, like, spare me, I ask to be excused. From, you attempting to argue against what I'm saying here. It's such an asshole thing to say. Sorry for worrying you, but yeah, thanks to you, we were able to protect the disciples of the night. And I was able to return.
まったく欲張ってみるものね。この勢いで最後の目的、大罪食いの討伐も成し遂げるとしましょう。
Yeah, this is like I'm going to seem, I seem quite greedy, right? Yeah, let's look to our, actual final goal, the Great Sin Eater. Okay, we can make it to the dungeon, right? Like, can we? Wait, when is this dungeon that we're supposed to go to? No idea. Okay, what is this upcoming quest? Wakatika. Oh, this is the quest with the dungeon. This is the quest with the dungeon. It's right here. Okay, so this is a good, it was like perfect timing. I'd rather end on this than, start the next stream with it. Yeah, now then, albeit with great difficulty. Yeah, there were incredibly great trials placed in front of you, but you all overcame them, you know, spectacularly. Huh? And now the, like, temple that reigns over this... was like, yeah, it's like filled with sufficient magic or something, like, okay. Okay, the gate should be open now to the, Tanya Shrine, Cave, Great Cave, whatever.
敵襲があったりで、むやむやになっていたけれど、そちらは、大細杭について、他に何かめぼしい情報を得られて。
Yeah, there was, you know, we got attacked there and everything was, it's all a bit of a blur after that, but did we get any sort of, important information about the Great Sin Eater after that?
調査に費やせた時間は短いものでしたが、周辺の地形や守り手たちの巡回路の確認、情報提供者である堀部長への再聴取ができました。
Although I was not able to spend very much time on the investigation, I was able to survey the surrounding terrain and, conduct another interview with our, like, eyewitness, Lady Koriru. Based on all of my research, the Sin Eater, like, identified at the Loketica Great Falls has the, like, does have the standard characteristics of a Great Sin Eater. Like, we've established it has the characteristics of a Great Sin Eater. The required characteristics, something like that.
そして、こちらが大飛び箱に行きにくいのと同様の理由で、その個体もまた、居場所を変えていない可能性が高いと結論付けました。
Okay. So, yeah. Likely due to the... As, reaching the Great Waterfall is incredibly difficult, the massive creature would also be unable to, change location on its own, most likely. That was our conclusion. So then, yeah, it's there. In other words, incredibly high likelihood that, yeah, after we pass through the like, Cave of Divine Shadow, Kitana will be able to find the Great Sin Eater. Yes. I'm going back into skim mode. So then, it appears that our, yeah, physical and mental labor won't be in vain. Let's leave it once. Okay. Yeah, for you, it's just a path towards the Great Waterfall, but for us, it's, yeah, it's said to be the temple where the most ancient wisdom of the, like, the ancient Ronkin Emperor resides, that he like, sought so hard to protect, something like that. I'm going skim. My apologies. I want to get to the big scene. Holy shit, her lines are so long. for those of us who have been attempting to... Yeah, as we have been attempting to deliver this knowledge, this wisdom to the ally of Bronca, the allies of Bronca. Yeah, to us, like, this embodies... wait a second. 我々としては目的を、出した後でもいい。それぞれ。Yeah, so long as you obtain that knowledge, we will consider ourselves happy. Yeah, that's what we've been. I've been looking forward to that from the beginning. That's what I've wanted to do from the very start. Yeah, even if we can't investigate, even if I can't scour the place from top to bottom now, I'll be sure to come back later. Be ready for that. She does specifically say I will come back later to scour this place. Yeah, of course, of course. Yeah, I'm sure the Emperor would be so happy to hear that. However, be careful. Yeah, if you connect the flow of magic to the shrine, the defense systems will activate. Okay, yeah, just like the defense system activated in the Great Pyramids, even as our, the ally of Bronca, you won't be spared. Really, please be careful. Okay, just go... okay, yeah, just go east. Follow this, please. Good luck. Follow the path. Yeah, boss, I can't... I know I can't stop you, but please be careful. Me and everybody else of the Disciples of Night will be waiting in Slitherbow for you to return. Safe. For you to come home safe. Thank you, Runaru. Won't touch you.
ありがとう、ルナル。とびきりの、あなたたちが目にしたことない光景を土産にして、きっと戻ると約束するわ。
Oh, sick. Sick. Yeah, thank you, Runaru. And I'll be sure to bring you back something I can guarantee you've never seen before as a gift when I return. Talking about the night sky. Okay, let's go. Quest accepted. I'm assuming this is a 4-person dungeon, right? Do we have 4? Or should I just queue? Or should I actually do this one with the AI? Like, I don't know if there's... Hold up. Guys, I apologize if we wanted to do this as a team, but if I can bring Emmett Self in with me in the dungeon, I'm doing that. I do not give a fuck. If that is an option, that's what I'm doing. I'm assuming he won't, because, he did specifically say, I won't do that whatsoever. Don't expect me to fight with you. Like, he did say explicitly. But come on. Come on. Okay, I should at least unlock the dungeon, but then I'm gonna go to the bathroom before we do the actual dungeon. Okay, yep, let's go to There's a door. Easy. Now, to see the mysteries of Ronka with my own eyes. Okay, we're all ready to go. What's gonna happen inside? Patch seems taller than before. Okay, open the door. Looks like we can open it. Oh, wait, shit. There was an entire MSQ conversation I could have missed. I missed. Fuck. Hopefully I can go back and still do it.
ラケッ課題と美爆の方まで進んだなら、続けて、大細工糸の戦闘になる可能性もある。
There's a chance that we'll fight the Great Senator. Be careful. Okay, I need to go back. I need to go back, actually. Patch. Yep, there you go. You got lead. There's a big ol' MSQ conversation. Optional MSQ conversation. Huge one. Like, there's a lot of dialogue. I'm actually pretty glad that I have the English open at times like this, because I wouldn't have even known. I would not have actually known at all that this was an option. And I would have missed out on what is potentially a bunch of very interesting dialogue. Okay, where the fuck is he, though? Party Finder's up. Hopefully I can find him, because it's apparently, like, it's a lot of dialogue. Hopefully unlocking that didn't, get him out of there. If it did, I'm going to be very disappointed. I would hope it didn't. Oh. No, that's not them. Well, I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna be a little bit as well. I'm just trying to find Emmett. So, where is he? He's not at the nap room. I might have missed it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look it up on Garland Tools later. I'll just do that later. I'll probably, like, I'll try and start, like, next stream with that. Yeah. I'll need to remember to do that, but yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick while we find the last person for the dungeon. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, here, let me... I'm just gonna try and look it up on Garland Tools, then. While we wait. Okay, I found it. Let's see. Nanda. Okay, yeah, he says... Here, I can actually just pull these up. I can just, OCR them. So they show up on screen. Nanda. Yeah, I'm not going with you. I told you. Yeah, don't count on me to help you out in a fight. I said that to you from the very beginning. Yeah, however, in like celebration of the great hero coming to speak with me, I guess I can answer a question of yours. What do you want to know? Okay, you can say, oh, are there any other Asians in the first world? That's an interesting thing. Ooh. Yeah, he says, yeah, right now it's only me. Yeah, oh, wait a second. Yeah, there's no rule that, you know, more than one of us can't show up at a time, but... You know, recently we've been rather short-staffed, and so there's been quite a few empty seats. Yeah, there's quite a few vacant seats. And then... Ichigarai. Oh, what a... Yeah, what a... Like, how... This is pretty much him saying, like, oh, woe is me. Amazing. I'm assuming that whole seat thing actually matters. Like, they did show the whole thing with the Asians being on, like, those big-ass thrones and stuff. And they have talked about the different Asians having different roles. Ooh, this is actually very interesting. Katakurushii kimari wa nai. Yeah, he says there's no hard and there are no, like, formal rules governing our activities. Yeah, originally we were each, like, in charge of one of our own world. We were each in charge of our own world, but... Yeah, but, Igeorm sort of overdid things. Huh. Who is that? I don't know who that is. Yeah, nowadays we help each other when necessary, or... Oh, Igeorm? Oh, yeah, that was the one lady at the end of Heaven's Word. Okay. 一人でコツコツ。では。コツコツ。Or, you know, just do what you want to do individually, you know. This is like sort of like slug away at your own individual goals. The thing about the Ascent Seeds was explained already with the reincarnators. I'm assuming that that's what they more or less meant. Like, there's a certain number of roles. Also, I'm saying that it's like, toyu kifu da. He's just kind of describing it like an office job. He's like, yeah, more or less, that's what it's like. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you know, like there were those, you know, a couple of people showed up as like a pair in your world, right? That's the La Habrea thing. Oh, yeah. Speaking of pairs, そうしてたのはイトロンとアログリフとこのいい二人だった。Yeah, there was Mitron and Autoglyph and Autoglyph. You know, they got along very well. They were very close. Yeah, and they ended up being... Yeah, both of them ended up being killed 100 years ago by the Warriors of Light. Oh, this was, I think, this was probably something that happened in 1.0. No. よう君だから、やろうと思え。海外が聞くわけがない。Wait, he'd say, like, yeah, it's like, well, you know, they were both reincarnators, so we can replace them if we want. They could be replaced if we wanted to. Yeah, we can talk about that later. Yeah, don't forget to come talk to me, okay? And then I believe, yeah, no, don't hang around here for, yeah, what are you doing hanging around here talking to me for? Yeah, slacking off. Yeah, go out already. You're supposed to be going to go take out that great sin here, right? Neat. So he actually, that is like a good amount of interesting backstory that he gave about how the, you know, how the Asians are doing all their stuff. Definitely all of my brain power has been expended though, so I'm gonna suck ass on this. I do not remember how to tank. At all. Get ready. Buckle up, buckaroos. Expect party chat for a surprise. Oh, you fucker, you did set this to min sync. You bitch. I was not paying attention, but you know what? Fuck it. Let's go. Why not? You seriously minimum synced us. And I literally forgot to put on fucking tank stance. LMAO. As a result. I'm gonna call that one your fault, Patch. I'm going to blame you for that, because you distracted me right as I was about to do it. I told you. I told you. Buckle up, buckaroos. It's this way, apparently. Patch, we do no damage. Patch, we do 0 damage. This is gonna take forever. Patch. Okay, question. How should we actually remake? Because if this is gonna make it take forever. Like, I'm down to clown, but at the same time... You know what? Let's go then. If we're doing this, let's go then. Actually, no. I'm not doing that. I was going to just pull us straight into, like, that mini-boss fight, but nah. I'm not gonna do that. Oh, nope, they pulled us right into the mini-boss fight. Alright. Alright. Just eat damage food? Do you think I actually have that? Are you out of your goddamn mind? I have eggs. That's all my ass has. This is a fun little mechanic, though. I'm just assuming... Oh, nope, never mind. Oh, wait, I should actually... Oh, wait, no, I fucked up. Because now my shield is not actually going to proc. Oh my god, we do no damage. Raid damage. I don't know what's going on. Oh! Oh, okay. That's what they were talking about. I was not looking in that direction. Okay. Okay, so every time I see one of these attacks, I'm going to need to actually, like, look behind myself to make sure that I'm in the right spot. Okay. You better not turn around on me now, asshole. Oh. This way. I've spun the boss now. Enjoy, fuckboys. Did I just Black Knight while an attack is nowhere near aimed at me? Yes. Do I regret my actions? Not even slightly. Do I not have it for this now? Yes. Healer adjust. Like, Patch dragged me in here. Min sync. So everything that occurs is, from this point on, is his fault. I hold zero blame. Is any of the stuff here cool? Wow, that looks awful. Minsync and Echo Silence? So what? So no Transcendence. You absolute fucker. You know what? Fuck it. Am I just spending literally every single mitigation on cooldown? Yes. Do I know how to tank in this game? Fuck no. Does that make me better than 99% of people that you see in roulettes? Still yes, somehow. You're causing me pain? Good. Good. As I should. I'm wall-to-walling. I don't give a fuck. Come on, then. No, never mind. I don't have the drive nor the gumption. Oh, and I'm gonna die. I'm dead as shit, bro. Do I have any form of mitigation? Kinda, not really. Woohoo! Run in circles. Yatatata, ratatata, yatatata, yatatata. Look, man. If I'm being forced to do this, I'm gonna make it as bad of an experience as possible for Patch. But actually, he's on DPS. If Patch was on healer, this would be far more justified. But still. What the fuck is this? We got bats? That isn't what I want to press. Oh no, yeah, Patch is absolutely intentionally throwing. Like, this is entirely his modus operandi. It's really the name of the game with the entire Frog guild is dungeons or PvP. I'm gonna assume I don't want to be in the. I don't want to be there. I'm just gonna assume I don't want to be here. Fuck. That isn't the way that I thought that those were going to fall. Whatever. Okay. Okay, which way do these actually fall? I'm assuming, like, here I should be fine, right? Okay. Why is it subsonic? Okay, I'm assuming... Ugh, which way is that actually... I just can't tell where that's gonna fucking fall. If I'm being completely real, I just can't tell where that is going to fall whatsoever. Like, the angle does not make sense on that one to me. Like, trying to read what angle those pillars are going to fall at. Oh, damn! Yo! Oh, that's a really... This is a really sick-ass area. Yo! The budget suddenly went, like, way up for these. And I wasted one of my charges for literally no reason. You know what? No, we're not gonna do that right now. I'll do this and be happy. And try and actually somewhat learn what the fuck I'm doing on tank. Oh, wait, no, they are throwing stuff at us here. We should probably not actually be here. This is probably a bad spot to be. As a result of all of this nonsense. Monkey. Hatch was attempting to get himself killed in some way, I'm assuming. Oh, monkey business! Many monkey troubles. Okay, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't go in there. Maybe we should deal with these guys first. I'm just gonna executive decision. Maybe we should deal with these guys first before we go into the obvious death arena. That's you, fucker. Of course he would. Of course he would. I shouldn't have said anything. Obviously. But really, honestly, they're doing this... This is for my own benefit, because if I'm going to ever get this dungeon in roulettes, I'm gonna have to know how to deal with this sort of situation. Okay, we're fine. Mini monkey. I really don't know why we're dealing with gorillas at this point. Look at the shadows they cast. Honestly, I was looking at the shadows, and even then I was like, they didn't really perfectly line up with the shadows, it looked like. Oh, fuck. I really don't like that thing is called Eros. Not a fan of that thing being called Eros. Don't like that one. Alright, we're going in. Oop, did my entire thing with... I forgot that I actually had that lapsed. I thought I had still had the buff rolling from before, but it fucking lapsed. God damn it. Ooh. Pull him back out. A little bit. Probably should have done something else for that. Hyper poison? What the fuck is a hyper poison? Oh, okay, that is... Huh? Huh? I'm assuming we just want to be, like, here? Okay. Huh? I'm kind of at a little bit of a loss as to really what the point of that bit was. Okay, I'm assuming we're doing some sort of... Oh! Hey, I was actually right. Oh, it's gonna charge him. Okay. Wait, what the hell was that? Okay, pull. So... Fair. And then push. Fair. Alright. Fuck. I'm just pressing wrong-ass buttons. Okay, charge. I assumed that was going to cleave through whoever it goes through. Oh! Okay. Oh! Hold on. That's a new attack right at the end. Hey, easy. That seemed oddly simple. Unless I was just like fucking something up the entire time and didn't even notice. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know if there was, like, the stuff that was happening seemed pretty simple. It was just like, don't get shoved into the poison, right? Like, don't get shoved into the poison. If you get the charge, go somewhere where everybody else isn't. I was expecting there to be more. Like, press Black Knight when he does Attack Buster. That's... I kept thinking there was going to be some... Like, when you put down the puddles, I was like, oh shit, we're gonna have to, like, run into the gap between the puddles or something, and no. No, you just stand in the center, and, like, when you did the pull, it's like, oh, do we need to go super far away from him so we don't get... No, but you just get the pull. It's fine. I was expecting there to be much worse. But yes, thank you all. Good times, fun times. Let us see this this cutscene that everybody has been hyping up. Gonna turn up the audio because apparently there's a big lore dump, and I want to make sure that the stream has all of the wonderful Emmett Salk voice acting. Yeah, the English did call that corpulent, but also the Japanese just said that it like can't fly, and it's too big to maneuver through the jungle, but that or through the forest. But that thing was definitely small enough to maneuver through the forest pretty easily. More light. The situation has only been made worse by the addition of yet more light. Just slurping that light. Just, Hey.
これで3体目。夜の民のみんなにもこの空が見えてるかな。
This is the third time. I wonder if the Disciples of the Night can also see this night sky.
ああ、きっとな。
Yeah, I'm sure they can. Or it's more like, no, I wonder if they're looking up at the sky. I'm sure they are. That's mieteru. Active tense. I need to swap back out of skim mode. So, like, you're still concerned about her health.
ええ。今回は大丈夫そうだけれど、あくまで今回はよ。本人に黙っているつもりもないわ。
That's concerning. It's like, yeah, this time, it seems like they were okay, like they're okay this time. This time. Like, this is kind of like the last one. Yeah, we can't keep it from them. Like, this is like, I'm going to tell them.
Ne, ウリエンジェ。取り戻した夜空は綺麗かしら。
Man, this is very nice. Hey, like, hey, Oriange. Like, how beautiful is the night sky?
滑らかなる漆黒に星影はさやか。白に虹に輝きはあまた散りばめられん。
Yeah, like the stars shine clearly against a smooth coat of jet black. like white and prismatic lights inlaid upon its surface.
原初世界と変わりない美しい夜空です。穏やかで優しい。見とれるほどの天の暗き海でしょう。
Yeah, it's just as beautiful as the the night sky of the original world, of our original world, the source, whatever you wanted to go with. Yeah, calm and gentle. Like a calm and gentle sea of stars that one could easily find themselves lost in.
そう。
I see it. Or
星もまた命の流
I
れを
wouldn't
ま
go
とう
with
も
I
の。
see because obviously she can't.
あなたの目にこそ美しく映っているのではないですか。
Man, Ranger is so fucking nice. What a good character. Did you listen to the way that he said that? Okay, yeah, this, like, stars too are, like, clad in, or like entangled within the flow of life. This is such a nice line. This is like, I would say even that only you could see its true beauty. Right, he's saying, like, you're not missing out on anything, like, you can see something even more beautiful than likely, you know, I could even see. あなたの目にこそ美しく映っているのではないですか。Yeah. That's like the single most affectionate gesture that we've seen Y'shtola do.
胸を張って帰りましょう。
Yeah. Well done. You know, let's go back with our heads hung, or heads held high. Oh shit! That's Zodiac Heidelin.
この部屋の壁画、ロンカより古い時代のものね。
And Heidelin winning over Zodiac. Kind of the same entity. Also, I'm not going to bring it up, but they completely... I'm not going to say what the English line was, but they completely got rid of the Urianger's line to Y'shtola about, like, the beauty of the stars. Can't have him being emotional or anything. I will say, apparently Heidelin coming off of the top fucking rope to do some, like, Kinnikuman shit to Zodiac is not exactly what I was expecting. But also you can see, like, you know, that shattering like you can see like the little jagged shattering reflection sort of thing going on there. Yeah, the murals in this room are older than the Ronkin Empire. Wow. How can you tell?
使われている顔料に特徴があるのよ。大抵の顔料は鉱物なんかを含んでいるから見分けられるの。
Huh? This feels like an asshole, but sure, whatever. Yeah, there's differences in the pigment that were used. Yeah, most pigments contain some form of material or other substance blended in, so I can differentiate between them.
忌憚な見かけ道は古代の英知を守り伝えるための神殿だとアルメたちが語っていた。それがこの壁画ということかしら。
Yeah, the Kitana, like, so the Kamikage thing here is now starting to make more sense. Like divine shadow, like shadow of the divine. This is like, you know, if you're describing something that's gonna be the like back, like the hidden truth of the Zodiac Idol and stuff, that makes sense. It's a temple for the protection and transmission of ancient truth. Yeah, that's what Automé told us. Yeah, could that be what these murals are?
こんなところで道草を食っているなよ。おかげで存外に歩かされた。
You're seriously like loitering here. Yeah, you're seriously wasting time here. Do you have any idea how much I've had to walk?
今度は出迎えのつもりか?
今度は出迎えつもり。Oh, have you come to pick us up?
バカ言え。私がそんな面倒なことするわけないだろう。
He's like, oh, you come to like lead us out of here, you come pick us up. Like, yeah, don't be stupid. There's no way I would do anything that obnoxious. You know, like, there's no way I would go through. I would go with, like, there's no way I would go to all that effort.
Naるほど。やはりあと数体倒さないと何とも言えないか。
Oh, I see.ないとなんとも言えないか。Yeah, it's like, I see. I guess you'll need to take out a few more before I can tell. So, presumably, he's saying, like, oh, us absorbing all of that light is part of whatever his plan is. But he's saying, like, I can't quite tell how this is going to pan out. You should go take on a couple more great sinners. Then I'll be able to tell if this is going to work.
何の話かしら?
What exactly are you talking about?
いやだな、いちいち気にするなよ。
いちいち気にするなよ。
約束通り見ているだけだ。
Come on, don't worry over every little detail. Yeah, I'm just helping as I promised and watching over as I promised.
それじゃ私は帰る。お前たちもさっさと帰って次に進むことだな。
Yeah, so then, I'm leaving. Yeah, you should also get out of here and, yeah, move on, quickly now. Yeah, well now, this is very nostalgic.
この壁画のこと知っているんですか?
Oh, do you know about what's going on in what's happening in these murals?
昔々は誰もが知っていたさ。
Yeah, a long, long time ago, everyone did.
世界が原初世界と共造世界に分かたれた時、すべての命も14に分かたれ、それぞれの世界で別の存在として生まれ変わった。
Thank you! This is the thing that I guessed that was going to happen at the very end of ARR. They say it specifically, explicitly, right here. Yeah, he says, when the world was divided into the original world and the 14 mirrored worlds, life was divided into 14 parts as well, and distributed. Yeah, and それぞれの世界で別の存在として生まれ変わった。Okay, so it's like all life was separated into 14 pieces as well, and reborn in each world as their own individual entities. They just say it specifically. They say it directly. That everybody was split up into 14 parts and reborn as separate entities. 14 separate beings. They could not be more explicit with this in the Japanese.
そうして本来の世界を知る者はいなくなった。が、人は時に夢としてその光景を垣間見たのさ。
Yeah. And as such, no one remembers. Yeah, and as such, all those who remembered or knew that original world died. Well, however, you know, like, humans occasionally, like, see glimpses of it. Like, you know, like a dream. Or, I would say there were none left. Yeah. Yeah, that is a bit of an overstep. I was trying to think, like, the inakunatta. Yeah, there's none left who know the original world. That's a bit of a read into the way that he thinks of it that probably is an overstep. Yeah, like, people occasionally see it in you know, like, as, you know, dreams.
知らないのに知っている人類共通の夢。昔は大層不思議がられて絵に描かれたり歌にされたり、まあいろいろ扱われたものだ。
Oh, that is such a cool way of putting it. 知らないのにしている。It's like, yeah, a dream of the unknown. Like, a dream that they should not know yet knew. Come into, like, shared amongst all mankind. It's like a phrase of, like, you know, you don't know it and yet you do. Like something that you just know without understanding. Yeah, like in the past, it fascinated mankind. They painted murals, sang songs of it. Well, you know, it was, they thought of it in various different ways. You know, dealt with it in various different ways.
それも見なくなって久しいと思ったが、こんなところでまたお目にかかるとはな。
これも見なくなって。It's been so long since since I saw it last, so I didn't expect to see it here of all places.
詳しいわね。ということは、書かれている内容についても。
you seem to know quite a lot about it. So then, what about what it depicts? Like, what about what it means?
世界が分かたれる前、そこには栄えた文明があり、多くの命が生きていた。
Before the world was divided, there was a prospering civilization. Where, like, most life lived. 多くの命。
しかし、断りが乱れ、未曾有の災厄が発生。文明は、命は、危機に立たされた。
Huh. So this is that same D. Like the very, like, laws of this D is like the foundations of the world itself. Did he say D or Kotowari? I think he said D. I think he said D. Yeah, this was said in ARR, but he might have said Kotowari, and I only heard the D at the end because I was reading. In either case, I'm pretty sure they mean like they mean like the fundamental laws of the universe in a way, right? I'm assuming that's what he means. Like the world itself, the fundamental principles of the... He said Kotowari? Okay. Yeah, Kotowari. Like... Like, the way things ought to be was thrown into chaos. Yeah, this literally shows up in, like, the first dungeon in the game. One of the first ones. And in a therefore unheard of calamity occurred. Yeah, civilization, life itself was, like, on the precipice.
その文明の人々は祈りと犠牲によって星の新たな断りを紡ぐもの、星の意志を生み出した。
Oh. That's not a good thing. 生み出した. That's not good. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, the people of that civilization, through prayer and sacrifice, yeah, brought forth that which would create the law of the world. Like a new principle by which the world would turn, in a way. Like the will of the planet. Yeah, the will of the world. Saying like umidashita. Saying like they created it. They birthed this entity. Specifically. Like, it did not exist and then they made it. This seems to indicate that this is a artificial entity. Just like every other idol.
Nawa, Zodiac. それによって最悪は沈められた。
Yeah, its name was Zodiac. And by him, yeah, the calamity was calmed. Them saying umidasu is the big thing.
Zodiac? それって。
Wait, Zodiac? That means...
こうした最悪は過ぎたが、ゾディアークという強大な力をめぐって人の意見は割れた。
Yeah, this is basically what I kind of... This makes a lot of sense. I kind of thought it would be one or the other, not both. But yeah, that makes sense that it's both. Yeah, so the calamity passed. However... Yeah, but, like, the opinions of the people were divided over the massive power that Zodiac entailed. Like, it's the massive power that Zodiac represented.
ハイデリンが生み出された。
Okay. Yeah. By the will of those who thought that he should be sealed, who thought that he should be contained, sealed. Yeah, Heidelin was born to be his chains.
Zodiac とハイデリンは戦った。結果はハイデリンの新書。
新書? Oh, 新書. Yeah. Zodiac and Heidelin fought, and in the end, Heidelin narrowly claimed victory.
ハイデリンが放った渾身の一撃で世界は分かたれ、ゾディアークもまた分断されて封印された。
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the full force of Heidelin's, like, final strike separated the world, and Zodiac 2 was divided and sealed. Remember, in the English, they said that, that Zodiac, like, wanted to become too powerful, and Heidelin said that, or Minfilia, speaking for Heidelin, said that he needed to be sealed. Whereas in the Japanese, they just said that Zodiac was too powerful and needed to be sealed. The English made it seem as though Zodiac himself specifically was going for a power grab, whereas the Japanese stayed consistent. The Japanese, again, as in every other time, the Japanese lines up, the English doesn't. All of this lines up with everything that was said in fucking ARR in Japanese.
信じるかどうかは勝手にしてくれ。ハイデリンの言い分はどうせ違うだろうしな。
Yeah, that's all. just forgotten history. Whether or not you want to believe it is up to you. Yeah. I'm assuming that what you've heard from Heidelin is completely different.
仮にその話が真実だとして、それじゃゾディアークとハイデリンというのは。
Yeah, this is pretty obvious here. He says, so, let's assume that what you said is true. In that case, Zodiark and Heidelin are both...
なんだ、それすら気づいてなかったのか。あれはこの星に元よりいた神なんかじゃない。
Oh, nice. What? You didn't realize that? あれは。Those 元よりなんじゃない。Wait, I'm assuming this is なんじゃない。この星に元よりいた神なんかじゃない。Yeah, they were never, like, gods that existed before this world, like, before this world was born or something like that. I'm fairly certain that that's what he's saying here. It's like, what, you didn't realize that they weren't the ones who made this world? Not me. I fucked that up. 元より神なんかじゃない。Yeah, that's... I was struggling to think of a way to word that. But that was my understanding. Like, they aren't originally, like... He's saying, like, they're not gods. Right? In that sense, they are created entities that were made after the world existed, but they aren't like some sort of primordial, like, representation of the world itself or whatever. Which, again, is why the translation of primal is so fucking stupid. It was so obviously wrong from the beginning. It's in the name. Banshin. Foreign god. Banshin. That's literally what they're describing it. They're saying that they are foreign gods. They are not of this world originally. No shit.
かつての人によって作られた星の一種。お前たちに分かりやすいように言うとだな。
Yeah, the will of the planet created by humans. To put it in a way that would be easier for you to understand. Did I skip a line or was I lagging? Probably lagging. I don't think I skipped a line. No, I didn't. Well, かつての人. Yeah, like, yeah, かつての人によって. Like, that's sick. Like, yeah, it's like, God, the will of the planet created by, like, former humans. Previously created by humans. Yeah, to put it in a way that would be easier for you to understand.
最古にして最強の万神だ。
万神だ. Yeah, the oldest, the most powerful idols. Literally, I am so fucking proud of myself I'm fairly... I think it was... I think it was a joint effort between me, Dak, and Michael to come up with the term idol for this. But I will take some amount of credit here. It's a perfect term with this. It is literally a perfect term. They are created entities, like representations of human desire, literally fabricated false gods. What better word is there than idol? This is a slam dunk localization. And if Koji Fox and the other team had come up with it for Banshin, and they wanted to go up and do interviews about like, ooh, here's a thing about... And the thing is it's a localization. Banshin literally just means foreign god. But in English, if you wanted to capture the meaning here, idol is a correct localization. And you could totally then go out and be like, hey, here's a prime example of why you need to localize things in order to preserve meaning. Because imagine the drop here, if you had been using idol the entire time, and you had said, the most ancient and powerful of idols. Oh, that's good. In the English, they say the eldest and most powerful of primals. They use primal again. You fucking moron. You just had Emmett Silk explain how they are not even remotely close to primal. Explicitly, they are not primal. They are the opposite of primal. Literally the opposite of primal, and you're still going to use that term. It's exceedingly wrong.
とてもじゃないけど、今すぐ受け入れられる内容じゃないわ。
Wow, Yustola's VA is really selling that. とてもじゃないけど。Oh! とてもじゃないけど。Yeah, it's like not as though I couldn't possibly believe it, but yeah, it's not something I could just so easily accept. She's like, it's not like I think that you're completely full of it, but
Like, what the fuck?
Oh! That's a good question. Something about Bolgan. Yeah, it's like, if you're not just, like, honestly, if you're not just, spewing nonsense, like, if you know all of this, who the hell are you? Or, like, what the hell are you? Finally, you ask. Who I am. What the Asians are. Yeah, what Asians are.
私たち、特にオリジナルと呼ばれるアッシエンはな。
Yeah. We, particularly the originals, are... Yeah, we, the original Asians, are.
ゾディアークを召喚せし者。
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
分かたれる以前の世界の人だよ。
Yeah, we, the Asias, the originals, are the ones who summoned Zodiark. Put simply, we are from the world before it was divided.
だとすれば、世界の統合にこだわっているのもうなずけるだろう。
Yeah, with that being the case, yeah, you have to understand why we're so obsessed with rejoining the worlds.
私は世界を、人を真なる形に戻したいのさ。
Yeah. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, I want to bring, yeah, this world, humanity, back to the way they, like, back to their true forms. So the thing is, like, Sekai o Shito, and he's kind of like, he's almost crying while he's saying it. Honestly. Like, and the English really does something unforgivable here. The English does something unforgivable here. He says, do you see why we yearn for the great rejoining? For our world, for our people, for all creation to be made whole again. Emet-Selk is not saying anything fucking remotely close to that selfish here. He says, Sekai o Shito. He doesn't say, like, Watashi tachi no sekai o. Watashi tachi no hito o. Like, watashi tachi no nakama o. Nothing like that. None of that shit. He says, for the world, for humanity, for people, humans, all of them. Putting the word "are" there is utterly fucked.
当然の欲求だろ。
Damn! Damn, that's a good voice acting job. Holy shit. What did they change originals to this time? Nothing. They literally just left it out entirely. He says, finally you asked the right question. And shrewd questions warrant honest answers. We Asians know because it is our history, our story. It was we who summoned Zodiark, we natives of that sundered paradise. Now do you see why we yearn for the great rejoining? They just didn't, I guess, natives of that sundered paradise. But, that isn't what he said, and also that doesn't line up with the Asians that aren't, natives. That they already had. It's just really fucking dumb. And also, like, the way that he's, like, tearing up when he says this. 当然の要求だろ. Like, in English, I would go with, like... in English, I would go with, like, yeah, we want the, you know, the world, humans, everything to you know, go back to their true forms. I would go with, like, you know, of course we would. Or I would go, actually no, I would go with, like, how couldn't we? I would say, how couldn't we? You know, and you have the voice actor tear up when he does that. You know, you go with, like, a, you know, how couldn't we? Right? You do some shit like that. Like, the last line there is he's kind of like, he's choking it out, right? It has to be something that's, like, It's not fancy, it's not long. It's just, how couldn't we? And really, that's the line in Japanese as well, is he's saying, like, we can't help it. Of course we do. Like, if you were in our situation, you would do the exact same. It is not possible for us to not want to see things go back to the way that they were. So, let's go over this in the English, actually, because I looked over it. I didn't say a ton of it. They fucked all of it. They seriously fucked all of it. We're going into post-mortem here, boys. I'm really mad about this one. The Light Warden is dead. The Blessed's prayers have been answered. Aye, that they have. So they just completely got rid of the whole, like, I wonder if the people, you know, the Disciples of the Night are looking up at the same night sky. I'm sure they are. Yeah, you're still worried about them. Yeah, shows no immediate signs of corruption. The danger remains. They must be told. No, she said, like, they were fine this time. But only this time. Would you describe it to me, Urianger? Paint for me a picture with your words. No, what? Stupid. You just said... Like, she just said, the night sky. How beautiful is it? Like, asking. And then a sea of shimmering stars, diamond strewn across a raven gown, boundless and beautiful. I don't even remember what I actually said, but I know it wasn't as dumb as that. 'Tis an exquisite sight, not unlike that of the source, calm and gentle and forgiving. What? I can see it. They actually went with I can see it for soul. No. Dumb. For however deep the void or wide the expanse, there is no shore so distant as to be beyond the reach of light, ominous though that may sound, given our present travails? Huh? Wait, what line is that even supposed to line up with? He didn't say anything even remotely close to that. What the fuck? Oh, that's the line that was actually, like, really sweet from him. That they just, completely got rid of. Yeah, that was the one that was, like, really nice from him, that they just, what? They just replaced it with, like, a weird, cringe line that Urianger himself says is weird and cringe? Okay. Yeah, that was this line. He said, yeah, the stars, too, are, like, wrapped in the or, like, you know, part of the cycle of life, you know, clad in the myriad colors of the streams of life, blah, 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 sort of thing. And he says, あなたの目にこそ、美しく、映ってるのではないか。ではないですか。He's like, yeah, he says, like, I believe that only you would be able to, like, see their true beauty. Like, their true beauty would only be able to be seen with your eyes. That he's, like, that's a really sweet thing for him to say, where, like, he's saying, Yashola, you know, it's not like we're seeing something that you can't see. You probably see something even more beautiful than we can. And then they replace that with for however deep the void or wide the expanse, there is no shore so distant as to be beyond the reach of light, ominous though that may sound, given our present travails. What? Well fought, let us return home. Like, he just no-sells it, I guess. He just cringe posts and then they leave. murals, if I'm not mistaken. They predate the Empire. Peculiar to the paint, most made from mineral-based pigment. Okay. According to Almed, the sanctuary was built to preserve the wisdom of the ancients. What events do these murals commemorate? I wonder. That's more or less whatever. Fine. Must you always linger after defeating your enemies? Navigating these halls on foot is exhausting. Whatever. He doesn't talk like that, but whatever. Come to lead us to safety, have you? I was bored. But how is the hero of the hour? What he actually said is, don't be stupid. Wait. How is the hero of the hour? Fighting fit, I see. Keep up the good work. Wait, huh? Wait, no, what he said was, oh, looking at you, looks like you have to, take down a few more of them before I can tell anything. For sure. He directly looks at you and goes, can't quite tell just yet. So, they just kind of get rid of that in the English entirely? You're plotting something. What? What she actually said was, "Nan no hanashi kashira?" You said, what exactly are you talking about? Not, you're plotting something. She just said, what exactly are you talking about there? You say like, oh, you'll need to have to take down a few more of them before I can tell anything for certain? What do you mean? Elaborate. Also, you're plotting something every hour of every day, but never you mind about that. I'm sorry, what? ENM itself just has brain damage, I guess. That's such a fucking lame line. That is such a ridiculously lame line. What he actually said was, Yara, ichiichi kini suru na yo. What he actually said was, oh, come on. You don't need to, you don't have to worry over every little detail. As I've told you 1,000 times before, I like to watch nothing more. I'm sorry, apparently ENM itself, never mind, he doesn't have brain damage, he's sitting in the cock chair. What he actually said was, of course, I promised I would help, and I did. I promised I would watch over you, and I have. I would quit this place, and I suggest you do the same. There is yet work to be done. Said like, okay, we should get out of here. Quickly now. There's a sight to bring a tear to the eye. Why? Oh, wait a second, I accidentally grabbed the wrong section. Wait, did I? Yes, I did. What I had up on screen did not have actually, Runar's already sitting there? Fuck, you're right. I accidentally didn't grab all of this line on screen. You recognize these scenes. No, she said, you know what these mean, then. Like, what's being shown here. Oh, wait, no. No, she did say you recognize this, so I was getting ahead of myself there. And he just said, like, wow, well now, isn't this nostalgic? A sight to bring a tear to the eye. that I do, indeed. There was a time when anyone and everyone would. No, he said... Oh my god. Why does he say that I do? He just says, long, long ago, everyone knew. Like, he drops the bit here. Mukashi mukashi wa daremo ga shite ita sa. He completely drops the bit. He just says, long, long ago, everyone knew. Until one calamitous day when the world was divided across 10 and 3 reflections, sundering the land and all who dwelled upon it. What? Huh? Why would he say it like this? Also... Yeah, no, in the Japanese, that's 10 and 3. You fucking can't count. Nobody does that shit, man. It's so dumb. Okay. Yeah, that is also incredibly misleading. So, he says, here the line is... Yeah, the world was split. 世界が現象世界と、共造世界に分かれたとき、すべての命も14に分かれた。分かたれ、それぞれの世界で別の存在として生まれ変わった。So, the world was divided into the original world and the reflected worlds. And life was also, all life was separated into 14 and was reborn in each world as a separate entity. As separate entities. They changed all of that really long explanation of all life was split into 14 and reborn, reincarnated as individual, unique, separated entities on each of those worlds. All of that got translated in English to sundering the land and all who dwelled upon it. In Japanese, they are really explicit. They make it as explicit as physically possible, saying, like, you were split into 14 pieces and each one of those pieces was reincarnated. Separately. At the same time. So, okay. Yeah, そして本来の世界を知る者はいなかった。いなくなった。が、人は時に夢としてその滑稽を垣間見たのさ。垣間見たのさ。What is the actual 垣間見たのさ? Okay, that's the pattern. Yeah, and so there were none left. Came to be that there were, like, none left who knew the original world. Yeah, the world as it originally was. However, humans would occasionally, as dreams, catch glimpses of it. Like, yeah, occasionally, like, yeah, glimpse at that sight. In the English he says, and the worst part, no one could remember it. Not really, just fragments and fleeting memories of an achingly familiar world. Why would he say the worst part? A vision shared of a paradise lost? Go fuck yourself. You're seriously going to say paradise lost? Go fuck yourself. You absolute hack. You only put that in because you go, oh, that's like a book name. That's a book name. That means it's fancy. That means there's a thing that smart people say. Mimi Smart Boy. Whereas in Japanese, they went with a really fucking poetic turn of phrase. 知らないのにしている。人類一共通。人類一共通の夢。人類一共通の夢。異共通の夢。God, that's hard to say. Like, you would have to go really fancy on this one. Like, not a vision shared of Paradise Lost, preserved only in song and scripture and paint. Scripture? What do you mean, scripture? Yeah, it's like a dream, common to all of humanity, that they know yet do not understand. Or something like that. Or like that they should not know yet do. Something like that, maybe. The phrase in Japanese is 知らないのにしている. It's an inherent contradiction. But it's, you know, two kind of different meanings of the word. It's like, you know, to comprehend but to and know being different. Like, it's present in memory and everybody is aware of it. They would all know it if they saw it, but it's not conscious. It's a cool way of putting it. Yeah, in the past it was, you know, it captured the, you know, people marveled at it. They, you know, it captured their hearts and imaginations. They painted it, sang of it. And then he kind of catches himself and goes, Ma, you know, I mean, いろいろ扱われたものが. And it's like, well, you know, every civilization did different things with it. Once upon a time, yet here we find ourselves again to look, learn, and remember. Huh? それも見なくなって久しいと思ったが、こんなところでまたお目にかかるとはな. I'm assuming, like, this is saying, like, it's... I'd been thinking it's... You know, it'd been a long time since I'd seen it last, but I hadn't expected to see it here. He was saying like, oh, you know, it's been a while since I saw a painting like this, but I didn't expect to see it here. Not here we find ourselves again to look, learn, and remember. Huh? Then share with us the stories you know so well. We are listening. Huh? 詳しいわね。ということは... Yeah, she said, huh, you seem like you know quite a lot. So then, you know what like these murals depict then, don't you? Specifically asking about the murals. Before the Great Sundering, there was one world, a world that knew naught but peace and prosperity, huh? Wait, no, that isn't what he said at all. That's a massive overreach, actually. Yeah, before the world was split, he just said that there was a flourishing civilization, like, that housed most life. Like, it was, like, that oku no inochi ga ikiteita. Like, where, like, the majority of humanity lived. What do you mean, knew not but peace and prosperity? That wasn't said at all. I'm assuming that that's just not correct whatsoever. We're probably going to get into that later, and I cannot imagine that that's even close to correct. Like, you can't just say shit like that when you don't know. Like, the phrase, knew not but peace and prosperity, implies something that they probably aren't. All Emet-Selch actually said was they were a great, flourishing civilization. You can't just make up the other shit when you're translating. Because I'm assuming that there was shit that occurred before the Heidel and Zodiac stuff that was also a problem. Right? Like, they probably ran into problems. They didn't only know peace and prosperity. They just had a great civilization. You can't make up the other shit. Until it was faced with a crisis, unprecedented, terrifying, civilization found itself perched upon a precipice, staring into oblivion. Oh, okay, so we're just going to completely ignore the kotowari. We're just going to completely ignore the word kotowari. Sure. What he actually leads with is kotowari ga midare. Like, the laws of the... So, kotowari is a really interesting word. It's, like... If you wanted to just throw down, like, dictionary definitions, right? There's a couple of particularly interesting ones. The top dictionary definition example explainer is... 物事を正しい、筋道 like the order, like the proper ordering of things, of the universe. Dori, juri, like the proper ordering of things. Logic, in a way. But when you use it in a what's the term that I'm looking for here? A macro sense like this, or relating to the universe itself, they pretty clearly are referring to, like, the way in which the universe itself is structured. Some form of a law of creation. And so, saying that, like, the laws of the universe were thrown into disarray, and a before entirely unknown, unprecedented calamity occurred. So, this to me reads like a, I'm gonna really... This is an outside context problem, I'm assuming. I'm assuming this is an outside context problem that they are referring to. If you don't know what I'm referring to with that, it's from a E.N.M. Banks novel, part of the Culture series. Which is, I absolutely love this quote. An outside context problem was the sort of thing most civilizations encountered just once, and which they tended to encounter rather in the same way a sentence encountered a full stop. Absolutely wonderful writing from E.N.M. Banks. In a, the Culture series is a sci-fi series that is absolutely phenomenal. But an outside context problem in the sci-fi context is something that is entirely unforeseeable. A civilization is presented with something that it was literally impossible for them to foresee because it is something that entirely contradicts their fundamental understanding of how the universe works. You know, it's in real life, it's the equivalent of, you know, a uncontacted tribe of people on some island somewhere running into modern humanity with guns and cell phones and shit like that. They have absolutely no way of even possibly imagining such people exist. It would be physically impossible for them to ever come up with the idea themselves. And so there is no possible way that they would be prepared to encounter it. And that appears to be what they're describing, what Emmett Selk is describing with the phrase, Kotowari ga midare. That is our fundamental understanding of how the world works was entirely destroyed. Something occurred that we could not have possibly foreseen that turned our understanding of the universe on its head. Which very clearly indicates that there is a greater threat than Heidelin or Zodiark individually, right? And you can pull that from the English as well, because you say, like, it says, until it was faced with a crisis, unprecedented, terrifying, civilization found itself perched up on a precipice, staring into oblivion. But the thing is that the English does not hint at the English does not specifically call it out as an esoteric threat to reality in the way that the Japanese does. But through prayer and sacrifice, the will of the star was made manifest. Go fuck yourself. Made manifest. Are you kidding me? That is the worst. What was the book again? Accession by Ian M. Banks. Really, the entire Culture series is phenomenal. The first novel in the Culture series is a bit of a slog to get through. But it's really damn good. Like, you could even maybe start with just Player of Games if you wanted to, and they've got some really damn good audiobooks. I am a huge fan. Me and Michael, I put off reading any of the Culture books for a very long time. But they're really fucking good. And honestly, a big part of the reason why Final Fantasy XIV appealed to me in the first place was because of all of the stuff I was seeing in ARR that reminded me of that type of sci-fi. Like, all of the shit the Asians talk about is actually, like, it's very, like, classic sci-fi shit, actually. In ways that I really like. Like, this whole concept that they're getting at here. Oh shit, we got Lahi, boys. But yeah, he said, like, the fundamental, like, laws of reality were threatened, thrown into chaos, disarray. And all of life, like, life itself was threatened. Like, life itself was threatened. Yeah, wait a minute, they said, what time is it for me? It is 10 p.m. I know that I'm going very late, but this is literally the most important cutscene in the game so far, and they're still fucking it up. Like, in the English here, they say civilization found itself perched upon a precipice. They say civilization found itself perched upon a precipice. The Japanese says civilization, life itself, was threatened. Like, was teetering on the brink. This is far more of a, like, an existential threat to life. Yeah, what's up, Ed? I'm going back over this cutscene because they fucked up a ton of it. Here, let me turn down the music, actually. Like, Kotoare ga midare is the most important thing, and the Asians have been talking about the fundamental laws of the universe, Kotoari. They've been talking about it since ARR. They have been talking about this since fucking ARR. They have been saying the universe itself is out of whack, things are wrong, things do not work the way that they should work. And with this whole thing, it makes the Asians seem far more, like, desperate? If they know for a fact that Zodiark is an idol, and they're still trying to bring him back? Like, this is far more just kind of sad and pathetic. In, like, a tragic sort of way. Yeah, okay. And then... yeah, so this line here. Through prayer and sacrifice, the will of the star was made manifest. What he actually said is, the people of that civilization, through prayer and sacrifice, created. Like, that which would create, like, the law of this new world. Like, that would rewrite the laws of the universe, the will of the stars. They birthed that being. He very specifically says that they created the will of the world. Saying will of the star was made manifest makes it seem as though it was kind of like always there and it was just manifested, not created. You have to use the word created. The English reads like Zodiark is and has always been the will of the star, and also they get rid of the line of why he was created. 祈りと犠牲によって星の新たな断りを紡ぐもの. Like, that which would create a new, like, law for the world, the will of the world, was born. You wouldn't even say was born. Like, that civilization created the will of the world. It's explicitly artificial. なお、ゾディアーク。それによって、なお、ゾディアーク。それによって、最悪は沈められた。In English, they say Zodiark was his name, and by his grace, the calamity averted? No. He just says, its name, his name, was Zodiark. And by him... And also it's sore ni yotte. He's kind of like distancing himself. The whole time, every time he's described Zodiark, he's described Zodiark as in almost like... with almost disgust, honestly. Like, referring to Zodiark as sore ni yotte. It doesn't seem like he actually, like, likes Zodiark or worships Zodiark in any way, really? I would be incredibly surprised if he did. Yeah, it's like, and yeah, thanks to him, the calamity was averted. Or was calmed, quelled for a time. Like, shizumeru is more like suppressed. Quelled. Not necessarily a final term. Like, it was controlled, suppressed. Not really averted, actually. And also, why the fuck is he saying by his grace? Emmett Silk has not said anything even remotely close to that. Like, he has not referred to Zodiark in any form of reverent tone. Matte, Zodiark? それって... Yeah, so Soul says, wait, Zodiark? Then, yeah, that means... ... Yeah, wait, they just keep putting in a bunch of religious language for him that is not present. Yeah. They say, a savior, mighty and magnificent, deserving of reverence and gratitude, one would have thought, yet some thought otherwise. He doesn't say that at all. He doesn't even come close to saying that. He says, and so, the crisis, the calamity passed. However, the opinions of humanity were divided on its Zodiac という強大な力をめぐって。Yeah, the opinion of humanity were divided as to over the overwhelming power that was Zodiark. He's just describing it totally factually. He doesn't say anything about mighty and magnificent, deserving of reverence and gratitude. No, not at all. He doesn't say any of that shit. He just says the calamity passed, but the opinions of people were divided over the overwhelming power that was Zodiark. From the fears of these naysayers would rise Heidelin, she who was to serve as his shackles, to bind him and hold him in check, always capitalized. They're making it seem as though, like, I guess they're just reading into it because they've seen the Asians being, like, servants of Zodiark, and so they just assume that he would start, like, proselytizing? But he doesn't? He just says, それを封じるべきとするものによって、達成となるもの、ハイデリンが生み出された。Yeah. Yeah, by those who thought that he ought to be sealed. Heidelin was born to be his chains. Like, what do you mean from the fears of these naysayers? What are you fucking talking about? And so they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and in the end, Heidelin was victorious. What he said actually was, Zodiark and Heidelin fought, and in the end, Heidelin claimed a narrow victory. The phrase, he goes out of his way to use the term Shinshou, to say narrow victory. That's important. Clearly that's important. That it was fucking close. And with all her strength, she smote him, dealing a blow so devastating that it split the very fabric of reality, and thus was Zodiark banished, and his being divided. Yeah, what he actually said was, yeah, like the like, through the attack, like, launched with the full force of Heidelin's being, the world it was divided, and Zodiark 2 was divided and sealed. They don't even... So wait, in the English they don't say sealed. Wait, they don't say sealed. Wait. Wait, they literally... That's the most important part. Thus was Zodiark banished and is being divided. Wait, that they literally left out the most important part of Fuin Sareta. That it was separated and sealed away. They left out the most important part. Banish is not the same as seal, you fucking idiots. That isn't what the word banish means. Banish can just be throwing away somebody away somewhere else. Sealed is a very specific term, meaning that there is something actively holding him back. There is an active force preventing him from reforming. Gee, I wonder what Heidelin has been so drained doing all this time. Man, I bet that hasn't been like a drain on her whatsoever. Probably not. Haha. That concludes today's lesson on long-forgotten history, though I imagine your mother would offer a rather contradictory account, as is her wont? What the fuck are you doing? Literally, what are you morons doing? What was the conversation here? 以上。忘れられた歴史の話だ。He says, that's all. This is just, you know, forgotten history. Yeah, believe it if you want. 信じるかどうか勝手にしてくれ. Like, that's also an important one. He's like, whether or not you believe it is up to you. I don't, like, basically, I don't care. ハイドリンの言い分はどうせ違うんだろう。or 違う。どうせ違うだろうしな. So, this would be, yeah, you know, that's all just forgotten history. Believe it if you want to. Whether or not you believe it is up to you. I'm sure, you know, what Heidelin would have to say. Or, I'm sure what Heidelin told you about it or would say about it is entirely different after all. どうせ違うだろうしな. Like, he's being very flippant. Again, the whole thing that's important here about the way that in which he is talking about Heidelin and Zodiark, he's one of the people that made Zodiark. He's not talking about Heidelin and Zodiark as though they are these great, ultra-powerful entities that, you know, blah, blah, blah. He's talking about them like, Heidelinの言い分はどうせ違うだろうしな. He's talking about them like they're just people that he knows. He's basically just putting himself on the same level. Because they pretty much fucking are. He's not describing them in these great grandiose terms. He's not saying like, oh, your mother would offer a rather contradictory account, as is her capital want. He says, I'm sure what Heidelin would say is completely different after all. He just casually throws out her name, it's just saying Heidelin. No respect, no reverence being put on it or anything like that. I'm sorry, I can only assume I misheard, but it sounded an awful lot like you were implying that both Zodiark and Heidelin are not gods, but... Whereas Thancred's actual line in the Japanese was, he was shook. He went, 彼にその話が真実だとして、それじゃあ、ゾディアークとハイデリンというのは、like, he like speeds through it. He doesn't say like, Sorry, I think I must have been mishearing you there, buddy. It almost sounded like you were saying, no, dude is having his entire fundamental understanding of reality shattered. He's not doing a little bit here. He says, okay, just let's assume that what you were saying is true. Then that means that Zodiac and Heidelin are both, right? Like, he's freaking out about it. Not, I can only assume I misheard. What are you fucking talking about? Not gods of the first? Is that what you thought these paintings depicted? Or, oh. Huh? Nanda. Yeah, no. He says, Nanda. それすら気づいてなかったのか? Like, what, you didn't notice? Like, literally, he just goes, what, you didn't notice? And he says, Arewa. Arewa. Like, he's not putting any sort of respect on them. Yeah, he's like, what? No. Yeah, they aren't, like, the original gods of this world or anything like that, of course. Yeah. かつての人によって作られた星の石。They are gods after a fashion, yes, but no different from the kind with which you are so intimately acquainted, formed of faith and prayer, of conviction and devotion. Nope. お前たちに分かりやすいように言うだとな。言うとだな。言うとだな。Not 言うだとな。Yeah, this is... They are, like, it's the will of the world, once created by man. Put it in a way that's easier for you to understand. The eldest and most powerful of primals. The actual, of course, being the most ancient and most powerful idols. They bring back the word Banshin. You have spun quite a tale. Huh? Yet you have not explained the role of the Asians in all of this. How is it you are privy to ancient secrets lost to time? What? Wait, what? Wait, huh? Yeah, she says, とてもじゃないけど、今すぐ受け入れられる内容じゃないわ。Yeah, she's saying, like, it's not as though it's, like, impossible for me to see it, but it's not something that we could just, like, so readily accept as true. Yeah, it's like, if this isn't absolute nonsense, しているあなたは何者なの? He says, like, if what you say is not absolute nonsense, then for you to know all of this, what the hell are you? She doesn't say, you have not explained the role of the Asians in all of this. She says, what the hell are you? Finally, you asked the right question, and shrewd questions warrant honest answers. Huh? No. This is such a cool line. Yeah, in Japanese it says, やっと、ついに、それをどうか、私とは、 Asien to wa nanimono ka? He says, finally, you finally asked, like, what I am, what the Asians are. Not shrewd questions, more honest answers. He's, like, genuinely relieved. He's not pulling the bit anymore. At all. Like, I feel like they just didn't understand that Emet-Selch's, like, irreverence and flippant nature is pretty much like a coping mechanism. And so here, when he's actually telling you who he is, he cuts the shit. And it's also why, like, Emet-Selch's VA starts tearing up while he's explaining it to you. We Asians know it because it is our history, our story. What he actually said was, 私たち、特にオリジナルと呼ばれるアシエンはな。He says, we, specifically, like, the original, like, the Asians known as originals are, they just completely get rid of the phrase original again. Fucking Christ. It was we who summoned Zodiark, we natives of that sundered paradise. Zodiark o shoukan seshimono. Like, yeah, it was... So, you know, the Asians, the original Asians, are those who summoned Zodiark. Put simply, we are humans from before the world was separated, was divided. They just say specifically, we are humans from before the world was divided. Now do you see why we yearn for the great rejoining? だとすれば世界の道合にこだわっているのをうなずけるんだろう? Oh man, that's so much... It's not like... Do you see why we yearn for the great rejoining? So... Here he's really, like, apologizing for himself and his own actions, pretty much. He's like... He's saying, look... Like... だとすれば... Like... You know, with that being the case, you have to understand why we're so obsessed with rejoining the world. Like, the unazukeru daro. Like, you have to understand. He's explicitly calling for understanding here. Not saying, do you see why we yearn for the great rejoining? It's, you have to understand why we'd be so obsessed with rejoining the world. He's saying, like, yeah, you know, we seem like we're kind of fucking crazy about it, but, like, that has to make sense to you now, right? Like, you have to get it, right? That's what he's asking. He's asking for empathy. For our world, for all people. For our people. Okay, hold up. I realized that I haven't put this on screen. Fuck, I'm bad at this. For our world, for all people, for all creation to be made whole again. I despise the use of the word creation. I utterly despise the use of the word creation. They have already established that gods are not a thing. Like, If there were gods, they wouldn't be making Zodiark. That is not a thing. Pretty fucking obviously. You can't have them call it creation. And our world, for our people, for all creation to be made whole again, when he actually said, we wish for the world, for humans, to return to their true forms. He says, 世界を人を真なる形に戻したいのさ. And again, he's ending it with no sa. Like, that actually is a real big departure from the way that he's normally talked. Like, this no sa there is like... he's kind of pleading. He's saying, like, that's why we want humanity, you know, the world to be returned to the, you know, like, its true form. It's an upward tone. Like, that he's pleading with you. Which you could hear in the voice acting. Wouldn't you wish for the same? That's, for 当然の欲求だろ当然の欲求だろ Which, he said it like he was crying when he said it. He was like, 当然の欲求だろ Like, he was like choking it out. And again, this is apologizing for himself. He's apologizing for what the... you know what I mean, like he's making an apology for what it is, a justification rather, for what it is that the Ascians have been doing this whole time. 当然の欲求だろ is entirely saying, like, it's natural. Of course it would happen. Like, of course that's what we would want. And so, what I would go with, instead, would be, you know, we want, you know, this world for humans to go back to the way that they should be. How couldn't we? That's what he should be saying. It's not, wouldn't you wish for the same? It's, we can't help it. Like, how couldn't we? How could we do anything else? Like, being the way that we are, knowing what we know, how could we possibly be doing anything else? He's like, oh yeah, you know, we do things that you wouldn't like us to do. We can't help it. With us being the way we are, with what we know, there's no way we could do anything else. And notice, in the Japanese, he didn't make a single reverent gesture towards Zodiark. Not once. I'm assuming that's going to be important. Like, that also explains why, like, some of the Ascians that, like, there's all those Ascians that don't really, like, seem to really give that much of a shit about what Zodiark himself wants. Because, especially to the originals, they're like, bitch, we made Zodiark. Zodiark is a tool, like, a means to an end. What do you mean, like, oh, the will of Zodiark? Like, bitch, we made Zodiark. Right? If anything, Zodiark should do what we want him to do. And that seems to be very much on the, where Ev itself falls on the scale. Whereas La Habrea seems to be... Like, La Habrea also was like, pretty much, bro, I don't give a fuck. Which also makes sense. But then Elidibus being like, oh, that's Zodiark's will. Zodiark's command. And then, you know, the other Ascians being like, okay, dude, whatever. Oh, you remember, this is the will of Zodiark. And they go, yeah, whatever, dude. That makes sense now. That actually lines up. Where to them, they're like, yes, 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 Will of Zodiac, blah, blah, blah. Yes, we need to get Zodiac back. No, it's not like I actually worship the fucking thing. Necessarily. And the biggest thing is that in the English, they just explicitly lied to you. They just had Minfilia explicitly lie to you when she was flying around the crystal with you, telling you about Zodiac and Hydaelyn. Whereas in the Japanese, it actually still lines up. Technically, Hydaelyn hasn't lied to you yet. Like, technically it all lines up. Because in the Japanese, they just said, oh, Zodiac was too powerful and needed to be sealed. Whereas in the English, they say, like, Zodiac desired too much power. And thus did I banish him. Or something. Which is a pretty big difference. Because clearly that isn't actually what happened. It was just that people summoned Zodiac. They summoned an idol. They were like, ooh, fuck. Maybe we shouldn't have this massive thing that has all of this power over us. Maybe we should seal it away. A bunch of people summon Hydaelyn. Hydaelyn seals it away. Very narrowly. And that means that the whole theme of the game falls back in line with itself. Like, everything that you were doing in ARR lines up with this. They're both idols. That makes sense. Like, that just lines up, which means that all of the bullshit that they've been talking about with, like, Transcendence being a gift from Hydaelyn, or they've been talking about, like, all the shit where they've been presenting Hydaelyn as some sort of godlike entity when clearly that has not been the case and the Japanese really hasn't said it. It makes it look even dumber. Like, how many times has the English just made Hydaelyn out to be way more important than she clearly is, leading to massive confusion from the English player base? This stuff will go places later, I'm assuming. But yeah, for everybody who stuck around for the breakdown, yeah, it's all fucked. It's all fucked. I should probably timestamp this in the VOD, because this is probably a very important, like, lore breakdown thing. Eurocentric Abrahamic faith perspective? Honestly, dude, yes, as obnoxious as it seems, and as much as I really dislike when people downplay, like, Abrahamic, lore and shit like that, or just, like, always make churches out to be the bad guy in every story. There's tons of really cool stuff in, you know, Western classical religion. But the fact that these people doing the translation for Final Fantasy XIV are so fucking blinded by their very clear belief that just speaking English somehow makes them special, that they can't see that the story is going for something completely different. Like, this is a very Eastern story. This is a very yin-yang, Eastern-style story. Of course they aren't, like, the gods of creation. Of course they aren't primals. No shit, they're not. Have you ever read, like, literally any type... Like, have you ever looked into any type of Eastern philosophy or religion? Oh, no, wait, you're doing translation for a video game. Of course you haven't. You referring to Kate and Koji and these fucking idiots. Of course they haven't read or looked into any of that sort of shit. Oh, it's so infuriating. And the really cool part, though, is to actually end off with the stuff that I like, because I have been bitching about how wrong all of this stuff is. the way that the foreshadowing was set up in the Japanese is phenomenal here. Like, it's very clear that a lot of the stuff that they threw out in ARR was just like story threads that they didn't really have a super clean idea of what they wanted to go with at the time. But when you're building a story over so many years, you know, iterating, going back that deep and linking things up is not easy to do. Like, keeping track of all of the little stuff, like the little plot threads that you threw out, and making sure that things line up in a satisfying way that doesn't feel like bullshit is really hard to do. I mean, just look at basically any long-running TV show on, like, you know, Western television. You know, look at Lost, or, you know, like Breaking Bad is like one of the only examples of one where it's good. Where, you know, like, Jesse wasn't meant to be a super important character when they were originally writing the show, but then, shit, he's super important, now he's basically the main character. They built off of it in a way that feels seamless. He doesn't feel like a tacked-on add-on that ended up becoming more important than he was originally supposed to be. In reality, that's kind of what he was, but they successfully hide that and work him into the story. And you don't really see that often in, you know, long-running games. Like, look at fucking World of Warcraft's lore. And tell me if anybody thought that, like, the Jailer coming out was satisfying or well foreshadowed. So the fact that they were able to do that in this is ridiculously impressive, actually. And then you've got these absolute fucking morons doing the translation who fuck it all up. And so the Western player base thinks that stuff is just kind of an asspull, or like this whole cutscene is just a lore dump that comes out of nowhere. When all of the shit that Emmett Silk is saying here is things that, like, we already pretty much knew. Other than explicitly saying that that the Asians made Zodiark, basically nothing that he said was actually new information. The only thing is, we made Zodiark. That's pretty much the only one. All of the other ones were stuff that was either heavily hinted to or pretty much outright said earlier. It all linked back, and it's all stuff that was, like, drip-fed to you throughout the entire game. Like, some of the stuff was from the first couple of ASEAN cutscenes in ARR. A lot of it came from the that section in Todorok. A lot of it came from the section that Eldibus told you at the end of ARR, in the ARR post-patches. A ton of it was relating to stuff that Minfilia tells you in the Heavensward post-patches. You know, tons of it relates to the stuff that, like, Varus was saying in Stormblood. It all comes back together and lines back up in a way that's really satisfying. Oh yeah, the Hawk Manor too, yeah. That stuff also is very important to what was just being said there. And they got rid of almost all of that in the English. Like, barely any of that stuff was actually listed in the English, and even worse, most of it was translated backwards or just entirely rewritten to just straight nonsense. Often literal nonsense. Like the, you know, yours is a most fantastical tale, Warrior of Light. It's a bedtime story that people will tell to their children, and night is coming soon. Shit like that. Where it's just like actual nonsense in place of the real story of the game. But the Japanese story here is like, I'm really fucking invested. This is a really cool story. Like, the concept here, they're pulling like a very heavy sci-fi thing out here. It's, you could pretty much replace Zodiark and Heidelin with, like, there's tons of things like this, even in like the culture relate with the different AIs. Usually in a sci-fi story, they would replace Zodiark Heidelin with some form of AI, right? You've got some sort of post-scarcity society, or close to post-scarcity society, that gives a shit ton of power to some, like, massive AI, and then here's the problems that come from that. It's very reminiscent of that sort of story. And literally, they're artificial. They are artificial intelligence. They pretty much are AI. Like, the way that they've described idols has been they only respond to exactly what the summoners themselves want. You know, they need to be summoned by people with a strong idea of what it is that they want, and a, like, concrete wish, which means if Zodiark and Heidelin are both that, then they're both operating on whatever that original programming of theirs was. And so, if Heidelin's only original programming was keep Zodiark sealed away, then she has absolutely no other motivations or goals, based on what we know about idols. Literally, the only reason that Heidelin exists, and quite most likely, literally the only thing that dictates her behavior is seal away Zodiark. There were no other, like, assuming that there are no other requests that were present in her original programming, she wouldn't have anything else that she would do. And so she's just going to basically mindlessly ensure that Zodiark remains sealed at all costs. Nothing else matters. Like, you could throw any possibility at this Heidelin AI, and if it results in Zodiark being unsealed, then no. If it doesn't result in Zodiark being unsealed, then sure, whatever. If Heidelin has some other programming of, like, seal away Zodiark, but make sure we don't die to that thing that's also trying to kill us, then she would be trying to do both. But Heidelin is very clearly not going to have a will of her own, in that sense. Like, neither Heidelin nor Zodiark are going to be really what you would consider intelligent beings. Like, they don't have souls. Pretty obviously, they do not have souls. They aren't things that you could reason with. You couldn't just convince Heidelin to change her mind. You couldn't just go up to her and say, like, actually, if you unseal Zodiark, this other thing will work. She would just go, no, my programming is seal Zodiark. I think we're frame dropping? That we are. Somewhat. Oh, it's kind of back. That might be on YouTube, but yeah, that's like my last, the last bit that I would want to end with is my prediction then, if they're both idols, then we're dealing with a situation where, like, this is a classic AI story, where you have two conflicting AI that are operating on, like, mutually, incompatible programming, but likely are attempting to achieve the same goal. And in doing so, that's fucking everything up. But, unfortunately, they didn't translate any of the shit about how idols actually work into English. And so people probably didn't actually think any of that for probably until they actually, like, eventually reveal it whenever they end up actually revealing any of that stuff. But yeah, it's insane how this is, like, the lore dump cutscene, and they're still holding back. Like, this is the big lore dump cutscene. This is your opportunity to just fix all of the shit. And they're still holding shit back. Why? Just fix your fucking mistakes. Why are you using primal? You could have just, like, this was the time to just completely do away with the word primal. And yet they still use primal. If you were ever going to just get rid of the word primal entirely, now was the fucking time. It's just baffling. I don't think they believe they've made mistakes, but they've done willful cover-ups. Like, they've had to contort so many lines to justify the shit that they've changed things to. Like, I can't see how you wouldn't know that you've made mistakes. They've already named the band the Primals. Look, just fire Koji Fox at this point, right? Like, maybe, like, honestly, this would have been your time, Kate. Like, Kate, if you ever listen to this, 1, fuck you, but 2, this was your time to throw Koji Fox under the bus. Like, you could have absolutely fucking ruined his career, gotten his ass fired probably, and taken over. Like, from a career standpoint, that would have been a great play on your part. Koji let Kate sing an entire song for a raid encounter? Look, but you could have... She could have been the one hanging out with Soken and just throw his ass under the bus, throw his ass off a cliff, fire him out of a cannon. Whatever you gotta do. You could have just gone like, hey, knock knock. Writers team, so you know how Koji translated the name to Primal? Well, here's why that doesn't make any fucking sense. And for this big cutscene where Emmett Silk is going to call them, call out the Banshin here, here's my proposed translation, here's why it would be better. Shut the fuck up is in one of the new tier songs, but they censored it, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's just pathetic. Like, these are some people who would say, what the flip in real life. Or, none of your beeswax. I hate them. But yeah, they just got rid of, like, all of the most important shit from the cutscene. I cannot believe that they got rid of... I cannot believe that they got rid of the line about Zodiark being sealed. That just is baffling to me. Like, that's the setup for the whole thing. That's the setup for the next whole big thing is Zodiark is split up into pieces and sealed away. Oh shit, that explains what the Asians are trying to do. They're trying to unseal Zodiark. If you don't know that he's sealed, then what are they doing? Also, goes visit, oh, Crystarium. Oh, yeah, Crystallium. No, Patch, it's not Crystallium, it's Crystarium. It's Crystarium. You gotta go to the Crystarium. Get the, get the shitty pork. Maybe the shitty beef. At the Crystarium. Fucking ridiculous. Oh. Where? Out the window? Is there a shoe bill? Perhaps? Oh no, is it a rare chance sort of thing? I want that shoe bill. I want the shoe bill. I love shoe bills. Also, they just, like, I really like the face turn they're doing for Emmett Silk, where he's being very open and honest with you. And, like, his real motivations are very sad. Like, all of the grandiose shit falls away entirely. It's just like, look, We just want to, you know, we just want, like, our fucking world and friends back. What's your theory on why he's here? The shoe bill? Because every world is improved with shoe bills. That's it. No, I mean Emmett in the party? Oh, as to what he was talking about? Well, what he was talking about with the whole light thing. I'm assuming something along the lines of, like, you being, like, aligned enough with light would constitute, like, like, would be enough to fill the qualification for the world reforming just, or rejoining on its own. Considering you're basically more real than the world itself. Like, the Warrior of Light is more real than this reflected world. So therefore, if we, as, like, the most real entity in this whole area, were to be fully light-aligned, then that would just kind of, like, override. It would just kind of, like, count for the world itself, maybe. Or, that's like a prerequisite to accomplish some other roundabout means of doing what you need to do, like usurping Heidelin herself. As some form of, like, individual avatar of the concept of light. Something along those lines, maybe. My personal theory is he just wants to hang out. I mean, that too. Very true. Yeah, I mean, I will say that that's, like, I don't actually really know exactly what the thing is there. I'm sure I could, like, piece it together, given the current clues. But I'm probably not going to come to the correct conclusion. And also, that's how you know that I didn't, like, look shit up in advance. Because I'm probably wrong as fuck. There. Like, that hopefully serves as proof that that I didn't just, like, look it up ahead of time. Like, it should be fairly obvious that this is my first time seeing this shit. But it's just that it actually lines up. And yes, I'm just moving back to where this quest is so that I don't forget for next time. I will be losing XP, but whatever, I don't give a shit. Okay. That will do it for me. We went incredibly late. But damn. Also, man, Emmett's OSVA is so goddamn good. All of the voice acting is just phenomenal. I am very hyped for what comes next. Be sure to tune in on Friday on my brother's channel, Japan Day Tripper, for Metaphor. Fun times. And otherwise, I will see you nerds on Sunday. Oh, yeah. Moth, just hit me up on Twitter or something like that. I can't actually send people DMs on YouTube. But yes, if you can hit me up in a DM, absolutely. But yeah, I will see you all on Sunday. Peace out.